Here we go. Welcome everybody and welcome on the French Waking Crew. We are here today with Mr. Ned Dehan from BBOR, Black Box Online Radio, and Richard Grenell from ZodiacCipher.com. Excellent website. And we are waiting for maybe Druzer, and I think today we will not have uh, Mr. Beeson and Mr. Geraci, but we will start to maybe talk about the show I see yesterday on Drew Beeson channel with Professor Thomas Henry Horan. So it was it was crazy, in my humble opinion. It was really crazy because I agree I, it's obvious that I agree to debate with everyone. But if you want to say something, try to argue and to show some proof about what you said. And that's not what Mr. Horan was doing. He was talking, and mixing everything, the Zodiac with Jimmy Hoffa, with JFK, with MK Ultra, with the CIA, with Madeleine McCann, with I was waiting for the alien. Seriously, I was waiting for talking about the Area 51 or Roswell. And I mean, when you do something like that, like we do today, it's really serious. We talk about people. We are not joking. We are talking about real people who are dead. Sadly, we when we he say, "Oh, I know about Maddie McCann, Maddie McCann. Oh, she's alive. She's fine. She's fine." Okay, if you have if you know the truth and you can prove it, contact Interpol in UK or the Portuguese police, or do something. No. He will not do that. He will say, "Come on my show, pay $10, and I will tell you the truth." Come on. I I don't know your thought about the show of yesterday, Ned and Richard, but go ahead.
Well, I can
Okay.
I can clear up one thing by asking Ned something first.
Go for it, Richard.
You know how many times that Mr. Horan says that how many shots were fired at Blue Rock Springs?
I've heard this before. How many times is that? Oh, it's not 10, is it?
Well,
what is it, Richard? Tell me.
There was 9 shots at Blue Rock Springs, yes. 9 casings found, but Thomas seems to think there was 10.
Yes, he says there are 10, right?
And he seems to think that Mike Mageau was in the back seat. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Well, yes, absolutely. That's what I was going to begin with. So, but I'll let Richard take the wheel first.
Well, that's absolutely impossible, because if you think about it, I'll give him his 10 shots. So we'll give him an extra bullet, right? Now,
yes.
if Mike Mageau is in the back seat and he's shot 4 times, that leaves 6 bullets left.
Yep.
Darlene Ferrin at autopsy was shot 5 times in the axillary line, on the right side of her body to the back slightly.
Sure.
So that's 9 shots fired. That leaves 1 shot left to produce 4 entry and 4 exit wounds in her arms, which is impossible. So there's absolutely no way on earth, if you've read the autopsy, that Darlene Ferrin, Mike Mageau was shot exclusively in the back seat, because some of the bullets that entered Mike Mageau went through him. 2 of them went through his body into Darlene Ferrin. So if you read the autopsy report, that rules out his backseat Michael Mageau throughout the encounter, straight off the bat.
Okay, yes. I mean, I mostly agree, but And also, just want to say, a big thank you to Jerome for having me once again. My name's Dehan from Black Box Online Radio. I host several different programs and segments over there, including Zodiac Monday and True Crime Talk Radio in the morning. And yeah, so we're talking about an interview that was done by Professor Thomas Henry Horan, who appeared on Drew Beeson's channel. And full credit goes to Drew. He was an interviewer, and he was someone who was giving Horan a chance to voice what he thinks. It was not a debate; it was an interview. So I have nothing against Drew for that. I mean, like, he had a guest, and he was talking to the guest about his theory. But Thomas Horan has this belief that at the Blue Rock Springs shooting, Mike Mageau had to have been sitting in the back seat, and I've always wondered why. There's no conceivable reason why he should be in the back seat the whole time, because it sounds so simple. Doesn't it, Richard? He's sitting on the front seat. The Zodiac comes over and starts shooting. So he kind of flails about, thrashes about, and ends up in the back seat. And that's it. This isn't rocket science. He was being shot by a 9mm, and bullets are going into him. People don't always just go limp and play dead. He thrashed about and he moved. And the Zodiac talked about this very clearly in the letters. And also, as Richard said, I don't see any contradictory elements of the story. And we even talked about this once about how the police report would say that he was shot in the lower leg, but the Zodiac would write that he was shot in the knee. Full credit goes to Druzer. He has been sharing this, way more frequently than I have. And if the Zodiac were reading the police reports and writing fake letters to create a Zodiac hoax, wouldn't he say, I shot the boy in the lower leg as opposed to the knee?
Exactly.
I don't know. I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Well, and none of the newspapers mentioned him going from the front seat into the back seat, where, as he mentioned that in the August the 4th letter. So he knew something that the papers didn't know. I've looked exclusively through the newspapers, and I've not once found this mentioned in any of the newspapers up to the time of August the 4th. So unless it's hidden somewhere that we just don't know of, I've never heard of it. And that's good proof, up to this point anyway, that Zodiac knew what he was talking about and he wasn't just making stuff up.
Exactly.
And furthermore, you said people are just making things up. He's claiming somebody else is in the front seat. Well, where are the receipts? Yeah. Anybody can make stories up.
Yeah, that's why personally I don't believe in his hoax theory, because you have explained that really well, Richard. If the Zodiac was reading police report, he cannot make this mistake in the letter. So this is just one fact, but.
Well, like it's Richard said, though, it's he says that Mike Mageau was in the backseat the whole time, so he can introduce a third person. That means there would have been a third person sitting in the passenger seat of the car, and he has proposed that was Christina Suennen, the sister of Darlene Ferrin, and then at some point she would have left. And now, when I first heard about this, the part about Christina, I thought, was pretty far out. But when he first introduced his theory, he said that the Blue Rock Springs shooting was a sting operation that went wrong, that Darlene actually went there to try and set up Jim Phillips Crabtree. And I think to this day, he still has Jim Phillips Crabtree as the shooter for Blue Rock Springs. But, this thing about another member of the Suennen family, and it was maybe trying to catch Jim selling drugs. Officer Richard Hoffman was going to come and arrest him, be like, hey, you're trying to buy drugs, you're going to jail. Sorry about that. But, well, again, like much as you guys said, assumptions, what evidence really is there that Christina, Darlene's sister, was in the front seat at all?
Not one.
The thing is,
go ahead.
Everybody related to Mageau, everybody related to Darlene Ferrin gets dragged in as a suspect at some point or another, don't they? This is just part of the course now.
Stephen Mageau gets pulled into it. Like some people think, all kinds of things about Mike Mageau's brother, right? And they're saying, maybe someone was actually trying to kill Stephen. Maybe someone was, maybe Stephen was the shooter and he came back. And I mean, you've heard it all, Richard, right?
Yeah, we were talking last week about why did he go to the passenger side as opposed to the driver's side. I mean, a simple answer could be that when the vehicle pulled up behind, it was described as pulling up to, if as you're looking at it face on, it pulled up to the left side. So as the person got out the driver's side, he's effectively closer to the passenger side than the driver's side of the Corvair. So he's just going to walk the shortest distance. It could be as simple as that, and no nefarious reasons. So, because it was slightly, kilter to the car was slightly off at the back. It wasn't parked directly behind. That's what it's claimed anyway.
Well, yeah, and as we said some of those things before, that the window could have already been down. He's just looking at that, and that was something that was practical, and even just to the point about maybe he did see the man in the car, because the Zodiac may have come 5 minutes before that, right? And he wants to shoot the man first.
Yeah, I'm still undecided of that one. It's more likely that was probably the Zodiac, but I don't understand why usually a fairly decisive killer would move away for 5 minutes and come back. It seems to serve little purpose unless it shows hesitation in my mind, and I don't see that with the Zodiac Killer.
No.
As far as that goes, could there have been something that spooked him and bothered him? Like, he drives into Blue Rock Springs. He's like, okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, what's that noise? Oh, did he see something like lights in the distance? Like, oh, there might be a passing car. And I'm of course, undecided. If I had to make a determination right now, I would say that car was the Zodiac, just based on, all the events that happened. But that's ultimately what I think happened. It's just something about it bothered him when he thought he was going to be interrupted. So he left for 5 minutes. And if anything, the Zodiac seemed like he was very aware of things. And that's why I think the Zodiac Killer was never captured, because he had the awareness not to leave a lot of evidence. He had the awareness not to handle a lot of things excessively. And he had the awareness to know how to commit the crimes and sneak away. And of course, he just got lucky, and there were lots of bunglers, and people didn't know what they were doing. But that's what I think happened.
Yeah, it's a bit like, I mean, I agree with you. I think that something maybe spooked him, like a car going past, and he thought he'd delay it. He thought somebody may have been coming into the parking lot. A bit like the Stein murder. We know that he said Washington and Maple, but ultimately went one block further. Something changed his mind at the last minute. And we're talking about a fluid situation here, so anything can happen. So I agree with you.
Yes, and I hope we can do a lot on Presidio Heights today. What I think happened with the murder of Paul Stein, why there's the differentiation between Washington and Maple and Washington and Sherry, is it's really kind of twofold. I mean, one, he could have done it for practicality in the heat of the moment. Oh, I want to go to this place, it looks better. And part of me still holds out to some of these more expansive theories that people have about that location was specifically chosen. He knew exactly what to do. He knew where he was going to walk away. He knew where he was going to hide. He knew what he was going to do next. And he had a complete exit strategy mapped out. And that Presidio Heights served a particular purpose. Oh, and it looks like Druzer is joining us. Druzer, how's it going?
Not too bad.
Hi, Druzer.
Got confused about the time today.
Hi, Drew.
How are you?
What
I'm
time
fine,
is
and you?
What time is it there, Druzer?
It's 20 after 4. I thought we were doing it at 6 for some reason. Anyway.
Yes. Right. Have you just finished work?
No. I was a little bit of a confusing day.
Druzer, by chance, did you get to watch the interview with Thomas Horan and Drew Beeson on the Zodcast? We were just starting out that, and if you have any thoughts on that, want to join in?
I was live emailing Drew throughout it, trying to keep track.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. It's weird. I don't know. Where do you want to begin with that?
Well,
Druzer. Oh, okay. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Richard.
I was just saying earlier, I've covered the autopsy report showing how it can't be possible that Michael Mageau was in the backseat.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you guys got into it on Ross's show, maybe.
I didn't quite continue the point there, but you probably see me write about it as well, so you know the score.
Yeah, and I guess he was saying last night that the door was ripped open because it said that in the newspaper.
Yeah, but he denied that, didn't he, the Zodiac?
Yeah, and Michael didn't say that in the police reports.
No.
Because it was such an early report in the newspaper, I tend to think that they may have put out the completely erroneous statement to lure a response from the killer. Although I suppose the killer hadn't written at that point, so that doesn't really make sense. Nevertheless,
doesn't make sense.
Michael said that it was in fact he who opened the door, and then the newspaper erroneously reported that Michael said the killer ripped open the door, and then in Zodiac's letter he states correctly that the window was already down, so he didn't need to open the door.
But wait, Druzer, that's important because then one of Thomas Horan's big points is that the killer left a fresh palm print on the door handle, because he says that was not Mike's palm print that was on the door handle, like to open the door. So you're saying that's absolutely false?
Yes. And
so
and
that means there's even less evidence.
Yeah, and Horan said that that Zodiac took the exact language from the police reports regarding speeding away from the crime scene. And
squealing tires and all that.
Yeah, and it's true that extremely common expression is in the police reports, but what Horan doesn't state is in the newspaper article that Zodiac references, there's the ear witness, the kid who lived in the house next to Blue Rock Springs, who described almost the exact same thing, that he was that the killer drove off at a high rate of speed and was cutting corners and making for the freeway and all this stuff. Clearly, that's what Zodiac was responding to.
And I also want to be clear, I don't think the Zodiac was talking about Andy Nicolatas Jr. when he said, contrary, despite what the papers say, I didn't leave with squealing tires and the roaring engine and whatever. I left slowly and quietly, not to draw attention to myself. I think the Zodiac was only trying to look cool and like smooth. He's like, what is he supposed to say? I wasn't scared. I was tough. That's all. That's everything. That's what I think is the reason why the Zodiac wrote that.
Yeah, Horan seems to take advantage of those who haven't thoroughly studied the reports.
But Druzer, you once debated Thomas Horan, and one thing I wanted to ask you on the last discussion was, do you have any kind of regrets about the debate? Anything you would like to change? Anything that you wanted more of? And that was also on Planet X Filmworks, right?
Yeah, I wish that I was more even-tempered and more polite and didn't cut him off all the time. He gets your blood flowing, It's hard not to lose your cool, and I feel I kind of did on that one.
I bet you wish you got more. I bet you wish you got more than 10% talking time, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, when you go from one point to another, it's hard to politely interject fact-checking comments. He'll say something that no one in the Zodiac community agrees with, like Zodiac was left-handed, and then he'll spill out 10 other points, often dealing with other crimes entirely, and you have to be like scribbling notes down the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I wanted to say that you told Thomas Horan this in your debate when he said that everything that people learn about the Zodiac Killer comes from Robert Graysmith's book. Every other book and every documentary is referencing Robert Graysmith's book. And you said, do you know how offensive it is when you say that? And that's all I was just like wanting, just the 35 bullet point checklist about how that's not true, because that's something that I said from the very beginning, because I didn't read Robert Graysmith's book until last year. And we have the police reports online. We have the letters online. You can go to Google Images and read the debut letter. You can read the Exorcist letter. And when people do that and they're making their own original observations, they're not referencing Robert Graysmith's book. And how about other people like Blaine Blaine? You know, when he's telling the stories of knowing Richard Gaikowski and why he suspected him being the Zodiac Killer, that's not coming from Graysmith's book. That's coming from his own personal with this person. So I mean, I know you guys know all this. It's just, you know, for the sake of discussion, it's completely untrue, you know, and
Absolutely.
oh well.
Yeah, Horan takes a lot of liberties.
Oh yeah.
and says things that are demonstrably false. For some reason, he doesn't think Jim and Darlene were married. I don't know why he said that.
That was one that came up, yes, that Jim and Darlene weren't legally married. Richard, do you know anything about that? Like, what's the deal?
I sent Drew the marriage certificate last night. I could have also sent the application. I could have also sent the divorce investigation. Like she gave an interview about her reasons. All that's been online for like 20 years. He also said that Tom Voigt was not the one who acquired the police reports 20 years ago, that they all came from Mike Rodelli.
I asked Mike Rodelli about that directly, and I was like, you know, because I appeared once actually on the Professor Dad channel, and he said that Mike Rodelli spent 6 figures taking the case to court to get the entire case file released. And Mike Rodelli's like, what? No, that never happened. I didn't pay any money for anything. They were given to me, and it wasn't the whole case file. It was just the Lake Herman Road police reports. And that part of the story is true, that he let Michael Butterfield use them for his own personal research. And then Michael Butterfield gave them to Tom Voigt, who put them on the internet. And Mike Rodelli was just like, well, you know, I didn't know that was going to happen, but it did. But he said that was just Lake Herman Road. And I mean,
I don't know how you can I don't know whether he honestly believes that for some reason, or whether he was just taking a cheap shot at his nemesis.
Well, I don't know, but I wish Drew were here, though, because, you know, Drew was the host, and he probably would have a lot of insights, and
he's probably exhausted.
The thing is, he keeps mentioning how nobody looks at the autopsy reports and police reports and then gets everything wrong.
Yeah, he also says he reads everything, but clearly he's not reading any of our work. He's not watching. No. He's not watching your channel. He's not watching Ross's. He's not watching Drew's. I think he just tries to charm his way in there so that he can have access to viewership, other YouTube channel viewership, to try to peddle his book.
Yeah, and really like to hearing himself talking.
Yes, I've noticed that as well.
Yeah, that's true. He's talking, and you cannot put one word, and he continue. It's exhausting, and for that, I say to Drew, good job, because it must be really exhaustive to.
It's possible he knew all these things in a lot more detail years ago, but he spent a lot of time moving on to other cases, and it's the sort of case that if you get out of it for 4, 5, 6 years, like even Mike Morford did, it's easy to forget a lot of details when you get back into it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not criticizing him too much on that, but, you know, things like knowing early 40s for the page 2 of the Paul Stein police report, you should know automatically, you know.
Yeah. No, I don't knock anyone for having an imperfect memory, but when you're saying at the beginning of every show that no one listening or no one who hasn't read his book knows anything, then it's a little.
Oh yeah, that's something he had to repeat 20 times in Drew's show. Nobody understand. Nobody can understand. Nobody can know what I know. I know everything. And come on, Thomas.
But that is something, though, that I think is actually a little bit where I would defend him, because the first part of his book is called The Great Zodiac Killer Hoax of 1986. It used to be sold separately, maybe it still is. And that is all about looking at how Graysmith misrepresented the Zodiac case.
Yeah.
And some people try to defend Robert Graysmith, saying, well, he didn't have a computer, he didn't have an electronic database. And on a recent episode, Thomas Horan was just like, the way that Graysmith wrote his book was, it's almost as if he had a police report in front of him. He'll change the names, he'll change the times, very, very deliberately altering them. So this means that Graysmith was not only a liar, but a blatant liar. In that part of the book, I can follow. Like, I understand what he's saying, and he's actually like, okay, here's the hyperlink to a police report. This is what it actually said. This is what Graysmith said. This is how he did not tell the truth. This is how he tried to deceive people. The problem is, of course, that doesn't mean that everything since 1986 came from Graysmith's book. I mean, look, Gareth Penn made a lot of original observations about the case, right? And that had nothing to do with Graysmith. All of those mathematical signatures, I don't think Graysmith touched that stuff, with a 57.29 foot pole. And, it's just, I can give credit where credit is due, but it doesn't have to go to that extreme.
Well, I don't think Graysmith had the reports. I think he had access to a lot of reporters, namely Paul Avery, but he wasn't like in the evidence room reading reports and taking notes.
So you don't believe that stuff like in the Fincher film where they got Graysmith in his living room with the piles and piles of Zodiac boxes?
Well, if he had piles of boxes, they were his own notes and newspaper clippings, but they didn't give him access to the files.
Fair enough.
And so I think Graysmith is on one hand, I think he's sort of doing his best to tell the story, but there's a lot of holes in it. So he's adding fiction, like it was a foggy night, to give it a little more depth. He gets scenes of activity incorrect. Like he has like the wrong phone booth. He has the wrong crime scene locations. He doesn't get those things wrong if he has the reports. I think he's doing his best. And it also came out at a time when the true crime genre wasn't as defined as it is today. Like Bugliosi's book, there's just a lot of bullshit in there. Yes.
Yes. That's also coming out at a similar time, though, like in the 1980s. And I think a lot of it with Bugliosi is rather similar. Like now, with the internet, people, have gone back and they've been able to go through the court transcripts, and they're just like, whoa, this whole narrative is untrue for these specific reasons. Let's put it all out on the internet, and let's just show how and why. So with Graysmith's, 1986 Zodiac, I think it's a little bit similar.
Yeah, like Graysmith didn't interview Michael Mageau, and yet he puts forth that Mageau was chased to the crime scene, and Mageau hadn't been interviewed at that point, except in the police reports, which obviously don't state that at all. So if you're going to make up something like that, then it's really fiction.
But that's it, though. That's where this Great Zodiac Killer Hoax of 86 comes into play, because something like that could very well be an example of when Graysmith is blatantly and dishonestly misrepresenting the story, just because, as you said, he wants to tell a bigger story, and, he's just like, all right, I followed this thing for years. I'm just going to write it the way I want to write it because people are going to enjoy the story. But that's, lying. Yeah. And that's part where I do agree with Horan that, he caught Graysmith on a bunch of lies.
Yeah, he's a liar and a plagiarist. He's completely unrepentant. And he continued to do it for another 20 years, as you've shown with analyses of his other work.
Yes, and I'll be doing that on Wednesday on Black Box Online Radio, because just something small about his Jack the Ripper book, The Bell Tower.
Yeah, he also ripped off poor Tom Voigt, who I'm sure was particularly poor at that time. He's like this 25-year-old kid, and he's taking all his research and not
even for Zodiac Unmasked and the Unabomber book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to stick up for Graysmith at all. I just think that Horan's theory is built on shaky foundation.
Can I stick up for
But what's
Graysmith?
but
Yes,
yeah,
please.
go ahead, Richard.
Well, what Graysmith does is not a great deal worse than what a lot of modern authors do with their Zodiac books. They criticize Graysmith and then pour out a lot of fiction in modern day novels. So
That's true.
a lot of them don't see that they're putting out fiction, but a lot of it is fiction.
Right, and it's almost his popularity or the popularity of the books that does the most damage. Like that guy Adam, who you're always interviewing, Ned.
In the past.
Yes, in the past. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, that is a dishonest man who's peddling his wares as much as he can. But because no one pays attention to him, it's really not that big a deal. But when you have an absolute bestseller, you know, that inspires a major motion picture, it's going to have a lot of damaging effect.
Well, for the audience, though, Adam runs the channel Real Zodiac Killer Revealed, and I interviewed him 3 times last year. By his own request, he asked me to take the interviews down, so that's why they're not on Black Box Online Radio anymore. But, I mean, I don't think he's a fraud, though, Druzer. I don't think he's, like, lying on purpose. I don't think he's trying to deceive anybody. He's just using his own method. And, you know, I've been very critical of it on a lot of the Zodiac Monday episodes, because it'll be more like, he has an idea, but then he just removes all other possibilities. And, you know, again, I don't think that he's someone who is doing anything wrong on purpose. I don't know what you think.
I think he's a bit like Ray Grant. If you don't agree with him, I mean, I would regard them as both thin-skinned. He didn't like something that you said or whatever, and he demanded that you take all these interviews off your channel, didn't he?
Yes.
Ray Grant's exactly the same. He runs away and accuses people of ganging up on him. He reminds me of these modern day students at universities who need to run off to a safe space to protect themselves. You know, I just wish, you know, you think at his age, at 73, he'd grow a pair. You know, a lot of people criticize us. No, but you know, he criticizes me all day long and slags me off in his videos. But so what?
All the time.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. But then he'll offset that with a few things nice he says about me, so he can give himself a good run at another load of tirade at me. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I mean, you know, you're going to get criticism if you put anything out, books, videos, articles like I do. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. And if you don't like criticism, don't bother coming out with suspects and articles. That's my motto.
Yeah, exactly.
And Adam Ivers attacked me and got all funny with me because I was polite to him almost and said, I'm really not interested in suspects. I have the same attitude towards them all. Next minute, it was you know, well, I won't carry on about it, but it was a bunch of old nonsense he threw at me. And I thought, well, what's the option? You've got to agree with their suspect or they hate you. I mean, that's a bit childish, isn't it?
I think anyone who's read the reports and has a suspect who's 6'5" is being dishonest or very, very stubborn.
I mean,
I think it's the stubborn thing.
I'm sure he believes what he says, and I've got nothing wrong with that. He's entitled to believe what he wants. But if other people don't agree with him, don't get upset. You can't be that thin-skinned, surely.
Yeah, there's nothing to take personal here with any of us. I mean, none of us were investigators. We're all just doing our best.
Yeah.
But to be very clear about some things, Richard, I'm a very thin-skinned person. When people write trash in my comments section, you know, I don't like it. Sometimes it does bother me. But at the same time, I've understood kind of what you said, that I'm putting out content. People are going to do that. You know, like they're going to say things about it. And then you kind of like feel bad for a second and then you move on. And I do think, though, Druzer has a point, though. And I think it's the stubborn part about Adam's suspect, because he, of course, thinks that John Parr Cox was the Zodiac Killer, a man who was 6 feet 5 inches tall. He lost an inch of his height from back surgery, so he's down to 6'4". But Adam has found some very interesting things, and that's why I interviewed him multiple times. But the problem is that just John Parr Cox is so completely wrong for everything. You know, too big, too heavy, too tall, too old. I mean, all of it.
Yeah.
You could say that about 90% of the suspects, though, couldn't you? There's something
too big, too heavy, too tall, too old. I don't know about that.
Well, there's something major wrong with all of them. I mean, you could say Shelkavali is Norwegian. That doesn't tally. And then it's all about the accent from here on in. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I just think if you scrutinize every suspect, you can always find a good proportion of stuff that's totally wrong with them, but that's overlooked. What people need to do is put the 20 reasons they think this suspect is a Zodiac killer and be fair-minded and say, these are the things that don't quite tally, and be fair-minded. But of course, if you're selling a suspect, that's not the idea behind a book, is it? You want to convince people.
Mm-hmm. There's a big long list of what ifs that have to be attached with all of these suspect.
Really, it's sad because, I have my own theory, but I challenge myself all the time. I don't stick on my point. Sometimes I'm asking myself, well, no, it doesn't fit. So maybe I'm wrong. So I will deep dive on that. I continually challenge myself to try to find what's wrong in my theory, and I try a lot of things who don't fit with my theory, and it's okay. It's just a theory, and people who not agree with me, that's fine. And if they want to come to debate and told me, Jerome, you are completely wrong about that because that and that and that, that's okay. Come on. You will be well received here. I will let you talk all the time you want. I will not be angry against you because you are not agree with me. I don't see the point. I see the point if you want to sell book and make money and doing this kind of stuff. But here it's not the point. So
have you ever met a person who's got a suspect for 5, 10, 15, 20 years who you've debated with, who have ever changed their mind? They're not going to, are they?
Let's see. I really want to think about that. Someone who's had a suspect 5, 10 years.
Well,
that's a hard one. That's a hard one.
Mike Rodelli will never change his mind, no matter what you say to him, whatever you find, even if you find facts that almost rule him out. They're just gonna find a way around it. They're not gonna throw up 20 years of work, tons of videos, throw all their books away. The cost is far too much for them, and they're just not going to do that. They're going to find a way around it, like Graysmith did. When the DNA they thought ruled Alan out, it was somebody else licked the stamps. Oh, it must have degraded.
Mm-hmm.
A bag of excuses. It's very rare when you do find somebody who is prepared to listen to some details and they have doubts about their suspect, but I haven't met anybody yet.
It's the responsibility of any researcher of a murder case that's posting publicly to try to eliminate that suspect. That is the entire game. And if you do that for 10 years and you still can't eliminate your suspect, maybe you have something. I think that's.
But about having the reversal, Richard, as I understood from when I interviewed Mike Rodelli, he said he met with Shel Cavalli upon Cavalli's request. He's like, this guy's saying that I'm the Zodiac killer? Well, if only I could meet him, I'll try and persuade him otherwise. And they had the meeting, and then Rodelli comes away from it just saying, okay, maybe I got the wrong guy. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, he's telling them all of these things. I never hit anyone since I was a child, and, I should have been in England at the time, and all of that stuff. And then Rodelli was talking to a friend, and the friend said, well, now you stood by your research before. You believed what you were saying before, right? He's like, yeah. So don't let this guy deceive you. You must have something there. And I have so many mixed feelings about that, because there's the chance that Rodelli's right about everything he says in regards to Shel Cavalli, and the other chance is that Cavalli was telling the truth, and he's like, "Whoa, I never asked to be accused of being a serial killer." I was like, "Of course not. Here are the reasons why not," and I guess case closed.
Yeah.
I mean, why can't we rule that? I mean, for me anyway, the bloody fingerprint on the taxi cab is the Zodiac's, if you believe Armand Palisetti when he arrived to the crime scene and said he saw it as he approached the cab. I know that was told later to Michael Butterfield, but if you believe that is the Zodiac Killer's fingerprint, that can exclude people. So I don't know. This is why a lot of people, I think, want to discredit that. They do the same with the 78 letter because they know there's DNA on it. So they're going to wipe that one away. They're going to discredit the fingerprints because they don't want anything throwing their suspect out of the equation. And this is, I mean, I don't know what you think about the bloody fingerprints on the taxi cab, but for me, they're the Zodiac Killers, and that can exclude all the suspects tomorrow.
It maybe came from the Robin kids, or I don't know.
I'd say I'm
I hope not.
95% convinced they're Zodiacs.
Mm.
But I mean, there is.
Well, I
there
hope
is
so,
some
Druzer,
leeway.
because what other evidence do we have?
Yeah.
What else do we have, if not for that? Like, Richard brought up the DNA. The DNA on the letters is highly questionable, and
it seems like it was destroyed through storage and.
And what about the glove finding in the back seats of Polstein cab?
There was 2 partial male DNA profiles extracted from within the glove that did not match Paul Stein. I don't think it has any relationship to the crime.
No,
it could have already been there from a different passenger.
That's what Gray said at one point. One minute he was tying the gloves to Arthur Lee Allen with the same size hand and all that, and the next minute he's saying it's from a passenger. So that's another contradiction that Graysmith does from one book to another.
Yeah, I mean, I would think still the Zodiac. Like I, maybe there's something there. I'm not saying it's useless.
But you think the Zodiac of the 1960s was, aware enough to bring his gloves with him? The way that this guy operated, it seemed like he knew exactly what he was doing. Maybe he thought he had enough airplane cement on his hands that it wouldn't work, but or that he didn't have to care about them. But this seems like the kind of guy that would have been looking around, making sure that he doesn't forget his gloves. My take on the subject.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one glove. It's not like he left them both there as a taunt or anything like that. Leaving one glove.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of a taunt. I was thinking of sloppiness, like an error. He's, I guess, so busy trying to steal Paul Stein's wallet that he left his glove behind. And do you think that that fits the Zodiac's behavior?
Not at all.
Okay. Just clarify.
No, I don't think he was that sloppy. I think he was sloppy, careless, brazen, but not to that extent.
And
so wasn't the DNA in those?
So I was just going to say, wasn't the glove in the front compartment?
I don't know that it was in the compartment, but it was definitely up front.
Yeah, in the front on the on the driver's floorboard, wasn't it?
I never saw a documented statement about it, so I'll just say front.
Yeah.
If I can, in my theory of 2 killers, and if you want, after I will show you the route the Zodiac took after Paul Stein was shot in video. And in my theory, like I have already told you before, Panzarella was the one who was the voyeur, and Cheney was the one who was the killer. And I think it was something arranged with Panzarella and and Cheney. I think Panzarella had take the cab on the theater, near the theater, and goes on Washington and Maple. He stopped there. He paid Paul Stein. That's why I think Zodiac or Cheney took his wallet, because there is fingerprints on the money that Panzarella had gave to Paul Stein, and I think he was the voyeur, and he don't want to be involved directly in the crime. So I think he was waiting one block away. One block. I forget the. He was waiting on Cherry. No, on Maple. And Cheney was waiting on Cherry. So I think that Panzarella took the cab, Paul Stein's cab. He paid him. He get off the cab. Paul Stein go on the next block. Cheney stop him. He enter in the cab, shoot him, steal his wallet, because he know that the finger of Panzarella are on this the wallet or the bills, and after he goes on Washington and Jackson, and he comes back where he's supposed to be in the first time. So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, and you will tell me what you think.
Do you mean one of them wasn't in the cab at all?
That's what I got from you, Jerome. You're saying that there were two in the cab, and then Panzarella exits the cab, leaving Cheney behind, and so then he goes to Washington and Cherry, and the other guy's already at Washington and Maple. Or maybe I got that backwards. But there was two people in the cab, and then one of them wasn't in the cab at all, right? Oh, Jerome is muted. Yeah, we can't hear you, Jerome.
Technical problems, Betty?
He's back.
Jerome's unmuted now.
Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, by the way, though, we do have a question in the chat from Samson Reed, just to respond to real fast. It says, are the police seriously looking at Morph's suspect, Mac, at all? It's been 3 years and no updates. Well, they were definitely looking at him to start things off, because the way that Mike Morford told the story was he posted his findings about Mac, and he was asked by law enforcement to take it down. And Tom Voight sent me a message after that happened saying that, no, he wasn't asked by law enforcement, it was probably somebody else. But Morph says very clearly law enforcement asked him to take down his findings about Mac, meaning that perhaps they were looking into him seriously at one point. I don't know anything about any updates in the last 3 years. What about you guys?
I know that Morph isn't going to say anything until he has something to say. People are go after him so hard on Tapatalk. It wouldn't serve him to give any premature updates, that's for sure.
Why do you think law enforcement would look into Mac? Is it because it's Mike Morford? Because otherwise they'd be looking into anybody who throws a suspect out, wouldn't they? Why?
Yeah, somebody who has some credibility.
Yeah.
Notoriety, recognition, and also leaving no stone unturned. And maybe they thought he was genuinely on to something.
Well, I mean, they gave him a response in the first place, so they may have been interested, maybe continually interested. I don't think Morph has shared with us everything that he has.
I think Andrew's on the case more, isn't he?
I think I
He's
resolved
done
it.
some good work.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Back
we can
in-
hear you, Jerome.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what I was talking about.
This person's on the wrong side of the road.
Yep.
Which begs the question, why did the Zodiac ever cross the road to oncoming traffic when he could have stayed on the right side?
I don't know, Richard, but the Zodiac did some weird things.
I'd be interested to hear what evidence suggests involvement from Panzarella.
Or anybody for that matter.
Yeah. I can explain. Is I cannot prove, but I can explain why I think he is involved. In the theory of Drew, it's Cheney and Allen. But by deduction, if Cheney accuses Allen, Allen can do the same. Can if Allen has something on Cheney and Cheney has something on Allen, Allen can respond when he is accused of things that who can know that? How? Of course, Cheney. Done Cheney. So, okay, you want to play? We are going to play. But he never do that. So, I think, and it's just in my gut feeling, but I could be wrong, that it was really read from the beginning that Cheney. First, Cheney was friends with Panzarella and Ronald since 1962. They were living together. I have a clip video after to try to analyze what they say. And so that's really weird because in 62, Don Cheney married his first wife. And in the same time, he was living with Cheney and Panzarella, but for a short period of time, I assume, because after he's supposed to living with his wife. But I was wondering if it was not possible they have both a relationship together, Panzarella and Cheney, a gay relationship, and there is nothing bad with that. I just say there is maybe this kind of relationship between them, and this kind of relationship are really strong when you are in love with somebody. So let's say that Cheney was really this guy who want to kill, and he has that on him. He want to kill. He is a hunter. He want to kill. And Panzarella, his friend, and maybe his lover. And I don't judge. Everybody do what he wants. I try to protect him, being his shield, if you want. And that's why I think it's really weird that in 1971, when Cheney want to talk to the police.
Is it breaking up with you as well?
Sorry?
I don't
Sorry,
think he's
Richard?
breaking up.
Was that all broken up for you as well?
No, I can hear him just
No,
fine.
I mean all the circles on the screen. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
No.
Everybody vanished for a minute, and all circles came on the screen. And
Oh,
maybe it's my internet connection.
it must be, Richard.
Which I
Yeah.
could have seen that. That sounds trippy.
And,
Mm.
You think
I
it's strange that Santo went with Cheney to report it?
Yeah,
I thought it was weird that Cheney's first thought, and I say first thought even though like a year had transpired, Cheney's first thought was to tell his boss and not the police.
Yeah. I don't understand why he goes to Panzarella to talk to the police.
And
I think it was his shield against anything. It was his protector, if you will. And like, I don't think Panzarella was a killer. I think he was more a voyeur. And after you have all this thing with the dragon card, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and you have the Society of the Sons of Panzarella, whose name's Quixote Production. The Grand Doctor of Panzarella's name is Everly.
so
I
obviously
know.
there's a lot of speculation in your.
Oh yeah.
theory.
Oh yeah,
And like I said before, there's a lot of what ifs that have to go with it.
Oh yeah. A lot.
Your theory demands that there's more than one killer. That someone who voluntarily came forward with information, correct or otherwise, was actually involved, and you suspect that his friend was also involved, and that and that they were lovers. But if they were lovers, that could lead to emotional turmoil, which could set the stage for erratic behavior. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then, Jerome, I have one big question, because you've talked about how there are three participants in your theory, and you've just outlined about how
Yeah,
and why you think
Ron
that
Allen.
Panzarella and Don Chaney were involved. Now, with your third participant, how does he factor into this? Because you just said that it's possible that there's this type of homosexual relationship between
Yeah,
Chaney and Panzarella. How does the third participant fit in?
I think they need information about Lee. And the best way to have information about Lee Allen is to be with his best boy wedding best boy, Ron
Best man?
Allen. Best man wedding, Ron Allen. And they were really, really close on my understanding. So if they need some information and they need information about Lee to make him the perfect patsy, that the police will never find something relevant to accuse Alan to be in the Zodiac, but find circumstantial evidence to think that is the Zodiac. And all of that comes from Cheney, right? And I think Cheney just by himself, if he's coming alone, saying all of that, that's weird. But if come with this successful man, Sandy Panzarella, who was really successful, the police will never think that this businessman with a lot of money who could be implicated in this kind of stuff. This make no sense. So more I dig in this idea, more I think that something could be interesting to deep dive more. But I try to think a lot of things of Panzarella about Panzarella, but it's really hard, really hard to find stuff. I have find a little bit of his handwriting. It doesn't fit with the Zodiac. I don't know. I say it's just my theory, but I I, I think Drew Beeson is right, absolutely right about Alan, but I don't agree that Alan was with Cheney to kill, because, like I said, if Cheney goes to the police with Panzarella to say all this story that he will change 10 times after about Lee, and Lee is involved with him in the murder, Lee can do something against him to try to reverse the situation is in advantage. But he didn't do that. Never. He never named Cheney as a suspect or somebody. So that's why I was thinking, wow, that's weird. This guy claimed his friend is a killer. Wow. And he goes to his boss, tell him, hey, I think my friend is a killer and you know him. It's Arthur Allen. You remember him? Oh, yeah, the shitty guy. Yeah. Okay, contact the police. I find that odd.
If Alan did not specifically outline his Zodiac plan to Don as claimed, and yet Don came to his boss to tell this story well after it was helpful, the school bus threat has been out there.
Oh yeah.
What do you think an innocent boss's reaction would be?
Yeah, I think because he was really successful, and the police will never believe or think that this guy could be involved in a crime because he is with Panzarella, who is really, I mean, really, he looks like a really nice-looking guy, a rich man, a good businessman. Nothing to say about him. So Cheney must be the same. That's why I say I think he was using Panzarella as a shield.
Put yourself in Santo's position for a moment, though. One of your employees comes to you and says, remember that creep we used to know? Well, he told me he was the Zodiac Killer.
I'm
You
going to
would
tell-
encourage this person to go tell the cops. Well,
Oh
did
yeah,
you
yeah,
tell the police?
absolutely.
No, well, why
Oh, yeah.
not? Let's go.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Let's go together. I'll support you.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And
But
from Cheney's point of view, had he told a tall tale to his boss, he would be at that point committed to go to the police and be forever locked into that story.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you, and that's why I challenge all the time myself, and I like to debate because that's true. Yeah, I
There's
can
a
be
lot of
wrong about it.
possibilities.
Oh yeah, 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 absolutely.
So why
But
did Don
go ahead,
Cheney?
Richard.
Why couldn't Don Cheney keep his story straight if he had years to prepare this and go to the authorities? I mean, he
That's
was,
the thing. Yeah,
you know, it's not that difficult to keep
Because
your
he's a
story.
liar.
yeah.
Well, exactly, yeah. And that
No,
that-
like can we just like address this though? Because you guys were talking about the story that Don Cheney and Arthur Lee Allen are talking, and he's going to say, "I'm going to commit a bunch of murders, and I'm going to use the name Zodiac and stuff like that." I flat out do not think that those conversations actually happened, and there's something about them that is false. Now, which exact parts of the story? I'm not a psychic; I can't tell you are false, but I think that a lot of it is just made up by John Cheney. It's way too convenient. It doesn't fit in place. Let alone that you know, as you said, he's coming forward years after it's useful, right? When once the Zodiac starts operating in '69 or something, you should be like, oh my goodness, I know who that is because he told me he was going to do it. And he doesn't come forward with that until 1971, right? No, wait, it's possible it was earlier, right?
Yeah, he has contacted the police before.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't think those conversations happen because it's almost as if someone is backtracking. They're looking at the story and then they're trying to weave an explanation together to make things fit on purpose. That's what I think Don Cheney did all the time, and I think he's just a liar.
yeah, if he's telling the truth, then there's no doubt about it that Arthur Lee Allen is a Zodiac Killer.
If he's telling the full truth, if they were having a discussion about a book or some sort of joke that was sort of miscommunicated, then perhaps it was a half-true, confused story that he.
Oh yes. I've even heard Drew Beeson said something like that once when he was like, "This may have been like the plan for a novel." You know, like the way that people would just kind of like throw around some ideas like, yeah, you know, we should write this story or something, or let's just talk and I'll write a novel about the Zodiac Killer, and then they turned it into something real. Now, something like that's a little bit more acceptable to me, but who knows?
Do you want to make with me some kind of analysis of Cheney and Panzarella in the documentary? His name was Arthur Lee Allen.
I'd like to discuss your thoughts on the dragon card and what its intention was.
The dragon card, okay. I think it was a kind of signature to say it was us, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and there is this stuff with the dragon and the donkey, drag on, don't ski. There is
on a more basic level, though.
But
8 days earlier, he had sent them a bomb threat, and they didn't publish it. So after a few days, he realizes they're not going to publish his bomb.
No, and I think the bomb threat was a joke. He never never exist. I think.
Me either, but it would be a joke that no one would get. He didn't get to terrorize the community because they withheld it from the press.
Yeah,
So
it was.
after
Yeah,
a few days, he sends a card,
yeah,
threatening,
a funny
please
card.
publish it or I will do whatever. I
Yeah,
will
yeah,
have my blast.
yeah,
So
yeah,
within those days, he has to choose a greeting card.
yeah.
Does he just get lucky and see something that reflects his own personality and his partner's?
I think so.
But don't forget Dragon card about Don Quixote. If you look at the previous, he talks about the Park police station bombing. Well, the statue of Don Quixote is in that park, 1 mile from the site of the bombing.
In Ingleside, you mean?
No, in Golden Gate Park.
The McConnell bombing.
Well,
Right.
Park police station sits on the edge, doesn't it, of that park?
Right.
And 1 mile from that police station where the blast happened and Brian McDonnell was killed is the statue of Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and whatever, 1 mile away from there.
Right.
So maybe it's mockery. He's referring to that park with those statues in.
Like the statue of Robert Emmet, perhaps.
Absolutely, yeah, like that, yeah, because that's in
Yeah,
the same.
Good points, Richard.
Yeah,
Good points.
point.
But
Although,
I mean,
Druzer, you were saying Robert Emmet. Does that mean that you think the solution to the Z18 code is Robert Emmet the hippie, or do you think that there was an intentional reference given to Robert Emmet
I'm a big wet blanket, Ned. I don't,
on the Z18?
I don't think he was referring to either statue. I think it was a coincidence, one of a million.
yeah. Now,
Well,
Robert,
I guess I'm a wet blanket on the Z18 code as well. But yeah, go ahead, Richard.
now I think I know Sandy Betts likes that. To me, that answer just sounds like pidgin English to me. It doesn't make any sense. Me, Robbie the hippie, or something like that. That doesn't make any sense. And the Zodiac, if he was going to put a message in that last 18, he would have put at least something proper, like he did with the 408 and the 340, not a bag of nonsense. So
Yeah.
I don't believe that holds any water, that answer.
It sounds like the secondary encryption that Horan illuminated in the podcast last night,
Yeah,
Well,
Oh yes, you see,
which predicts the random cab driver that would soon be shot.
if I'm not mistaken, I think, Druzer, you probably think that, like me, that's just a filler line.
Yeah, absolutely.
and there's a guy named Richard Grinnell who also somewhat convinced me of that. Michael Cole has also talked about this, and making some convincing cases about it's 408 minus 18 is 390. You have 390 characters, right? And it's probably supposed to be divided evenly, but he made a mistake when he was writing out the first one. Oh crap, I've miscounted. Now you got to put something in to even it out. Otherwise, they're going to know that this is the final section. This is the bottom. So, and I wondered, why not just make up a sentence with 18 characters and 18 symbols? Maybe he didn't have to. He's like, whatever, let's just put this in as the filler line. So that solves the problem in perhaps an even more effective way. But
yeah, he didn't want to add in an incoherent line at the end. I think he chose symbols very hastily. I don't think he was considering what their plain text equivalents were.
so you don't think it was gibberish? It was something we were.
No, it was gibberish, but he wasn't contemplating, the letters E, B, E, whatever they are.
Oh,
he was just grabbing symbols regardless of their plain text equivalents. Had he been considering what they would decode to, then he probably wouldn't have had so many E's in there. I don't know.
But on that note, I think that the Zodiac was pretty smart. And I think that he might have been aware that if I throw in this line of uncoded text and this mash of letters, it's going to keep people guessing until the end of time. And I think he understood that, because I don't think he was like, one of these suspects with a mega high IQ, but he knew enough about mysteries from reading stuff in his books and magazines that would be something beneficial and useful to him by creating the C18 code. And I mean,
yeah, counterintelligence,
what other
subterfuge, obfuscation. This is the domain of the Zodiac skills.
And where was sent this part of the cipher? To the Examiner, to the Chronicle, or to the
Chronicle?
Oh,
to the
Chronicle.
Chronicle. So the bigger one, and he sent gibberish at the end. That's weird.
Yeah, I think his plan was clearly to have 3 even numbered ciphers sent to these places, so they wouldn't know where it started or ended.
Yeah, I think Dave Aranchak was right. You know my theory on it. Well, it's my theory based on Dave Aranchak's, that he wrote a draft. He wrote all the text in a draft format. And what you'll notice when you do that is 3 lines. I can't remember the exact lines, but 16, 17, 18, is it line? It moves from one cipher to the next. All those lines begin with E. And that's why I reckon he read over and he was encrypting the message that he had in the grid form, and then he missed out a line, and that's why he said, and all, what did he say? What was the all that I have killed?
Yes.
That's where
no question that's an omission.
The mistake moving from the second cipher to the third cipher, and then he gets to the end and he realizes he's missed out that line. If you actually add that back in, the final letter, it ends with afterlife, and then you've got an E, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
And if you stick that E back into the code again, that spells Z. So that would be do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah, I do.
If you actually put that line back in, it ends with afterlife, and then you've got an odd 1-letter E. But if you look at the E and all the ciphertext symbols after the letter E, the first one is Z, which is ironical when we talk about the 3 Bates letters with the Z on it. Well, maybe. Yeah. So that's a little fascinating little tidbit.
In the end, though, I think Zodiac wasn't someone who would make a mistake and redo something.
No.
Like the 340 may have been his grand opus, but he made a mistake and he just crossed it out and scribbled it on. So I don't think there's any multiple encryptions or anything like that.
But this is something that even Graysmith talked about when he's like, when you look at the ciphers, they're so neat, they could be works of art. And yes, I do think that they're very neat and very well done. And if he's made the mistake at a certain point when he doesn't want to backtrack, it's like, you're not going to scrap, your painting or your work of art if you just have to modify it in a very small way, and modifying in a way that's actually practical and beneficial. But I do want to give credit to Stefan Nyberg, who made this observation about how the Zodiac was saying that he was going to clue people into his identity. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to give his legal name, and identity could simply be something like Zed, as Richard said, or something like Zodiac, and
absolutely.
Yeah, I think this is a place where I sort of go away from a lot of Zodiac researchers. Is I don't think there's any hints to his identity anywhere.
No.
Full stop.
Or you mean his legal name, right? The identity is Zodiac.
I don't think his identity in terms of what he does for a living, what he believes about society, certainly not his name.
No,
I don't see any reason why he would give any sort of clues whatsoever. I mean, people can say he was like overconfident and arrogant and was teasing things, but I don't see why he would do it with his name or anything that could lead to him.
Sure, but he don't want to be caught. So
yeah, he didn't want to be caught, and I don't think he gives away with that he was an engineer or a landscape architect.
No.
Or a thespian.
Now, wait a second, Druzer. If that's the case, can I ask you, what do you think about the Z13? And this is not the type of question you might expect. Do you believe that the solution is what we call, the simple substitution cipher solution, that it has to go in sequential order, each symbol represents a letter of the English alphabet, kind of like the 408, but do you think that's how you solve the Z13?
I think the only way that a satisfactory decryption could be if he played by the rules, no anagram, just a straight substitution cipher. However, since I also don't believe he had any motivation to give them a real cipher, I don't think it is. I think it's random. I'd say random symbols, but I think it was actually designed to evoke the word name is in there. I think
so you think it's a dud?
Absolutely.
Now, what do you think about the theory
I still try
that...
to solve it every day, though. I want to make that clear.
Well, sure,
I
but like...
And then I look at the Z13. That's my morning.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually. But by introducing the circle dates into the Z13, that's a symbol that the Zodiac had not used previously. So by making a simple substitution cipher, he's showing that he completely threw off anything. I'm not using the 408 method. I'm not using the 340 method. And,
exactly.
I go back and forth on this because I was very critical of Adam Ivester, whom we were just talking about, because he says that the Z13 has to be solved in a simple substitution cipher method. It has to go in sequential order, otherwise no one would ever figure it out. There'd be too many possibilities. And the reason why I'm critical of that type of thinking is you can make any arrangement of letters, numbers, and symbols you want and call it a cipher, if it's your idea, if it's your rule. Doesn't have to. I mean, no one's forcing you to do things that way, but the way that the Zodiac seems to operate is he doesn't make things that are completely baseless. The 340 was thought to have been a dud for years. Okay, it's not. Now, if you just mean that the solution to the Z13 is name, or just
no, there is no solution, is what I'm saying. It's not a cipher. It is 13 symbols put together in a way to manipulate.
Did you see the article I wrote on Poe about it?
I'm not sure I have. We have discussed the Poe inference in the October 22 challenge to Zodiac.
Yeah, and that was his response. What I found, Ned, anyway, and Jerome, I found that if you go to Edgar Allan Poe's only complete novel he ever wrote,
Edgar Allan Poe, yeah.
The book starts with "My name is."
Is that
right? And he also
Morgue?
discussed the splitting the alphabet in half, right? And coincidentally, the 13 letter symbol starts with A and ends with M.
Yeah. That's right, and you know that the 340 can be solved with the Skytail method that was in a few words on secret writing. And like you just said, the next thing was the splitting of the alphabet, beginning with A and M, and Edgar Allan Poe's ode to his wife after she died was "To One in Paradise," which he put in the 340. And then you've got "My Name Is" at the start of the 13. So you've got a lot of Edgar Allan Poe's in there. So if you're
that could be intentional for sure.
Yeah, if you're ever going to solve the 13 symbol cipher, my guess is it's got something to do with Edgar Allan Poe. But Edgar Allan Poe fits in, but it's not quite right with the letters.
No, Edgar Allan Doe works.
Yes, you just can't get three doubles.
But it fits.
But to be clear, Richard, were you referencing the murders in Rue Morgue and Annabelle Lee?
No, what was it? There's something. Something of Gordon Pym, wasn't it? Gordon Pym of Nantucket or something. I'd have to look it up again. It's the only complete novel Poe ever made. So if you type in the only complete novel it's something like Gordon Pym of Nantucket.
Sounds familiar.
The narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket.
Yeah, and in the first chapter, it says "My name is." If you go to chapter
Arthur
1.
Gordon Pym.
Yeah, "My name is Arthur Gordon Pym" is how it starts.
My name is Arthur Lee Allen. Ugh, synchronicity.
Absolutely. My name is it. Well, that's how he introduced the cipher. So, and bearing in mind all the other Poe connections, you know, with the poem that he wrote to his deceased wife, and like Drew said, a few words on secret writing, both codes are in there effectively that he's used.
Yeah. I think he could be alluding to all that. I don't think that makes it more likely that there's an actual solution.
The only reason I think there's a solution is because he gave us a solution in the first two. And I questioned for a long time whether the 340 was a real solution, and I was proved wrong. So I believe it's pointless. And as you know, Drew, you've got the solution to the 32.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So I'm only looking.
I would never be so arrogant as to say that it's definitely not a cipher or be overconfident.
Oh, I'm happy with it now. I've had another look at it.
But yes, for a long time, I thought the 340 could have been a dud as well, because people would just write this stuff out all the time on Black Box Online Radio saying the first cipher was solved so fast, the other three ciphers haven't been solved, clearly they're duds. And I'm like, maybe. All right, well, it turns out it's not. That allowed me to just have this massive reversal thinking that the Zodiac probably didn't make a lot of duds. Maybe the Z18 was a mistake, but that's almost like a cover-up rather than an intentional dud. Now, there is the Alfred E. Newman solution to the Z13, and I didn't like that for the longest time because I thought it wasn't really a fair shot, you know, but maybe that's right. Maybe that's like one, or Edgar Allan Poe, that could also be something. I'll keep it in mind. And
that one doesn't fit the solution, though.
Alfred E. Newman?
Yeah.
Well, the clue is like the AEN, and then there's...
The ALF doesn't fit. If you put those ones at the end, it doesn't work.
But I don't think that you would do a joke cipher because the joke cipher doesn't work unless they solve it. But if they solve the joke cipher, then they ignore his next cipher.
Right? What is the fun in doing a cipher that has nothing in it?
I don't know. See, like, that's why
it's just wasting the cops' time. You know, busy work.
Well, the thing with Alfred E. Newman is the Alfred E. Newman one is because there's the poster of Alfred E. Newman that says "What me worry," like a catchphrase or something like that. And I also think the Zodiac had enough awareness of codes to know that if he made a 13-symbol cipher by introducing the new circle date, that they would be completely back to square one, back to the drawing board, and they wouldn't know what type of method to use. The amount of possibilities that it would exist for a 13-symbol cipher, you know, you guys know this. It's more difficult to solve the small ciphers than the big ciphers because of like the fewer chances of a pattern. So
I've thought for a long time the 3/8 are maybe the Jesus Christ gematria thing. Because
Trinity.
Well, 3/8 if you put it in the gematria code, the English version, 3/8 is Jesus Christ. But also you've got the anchor, which could be a Christian anchor. You've got the Celtic cross. So there's maybe good reasoning for Christianity to go through that 13-symbol cipher, because I don't think it's an upside down Aries. I think it's a Christian anchor, because that's what it looks like. The 3/8, like I said, is Jesus Christ, and then you've got the Celtic cross. So, I mean, that's just guesswork. I haven't got a clue whether that's what he meant. It's like Drew said, it's too short to make any definitive statements on it.
And he knew that.
Yeah.
It could be a rune.
But
the cross, it could be a rune.
I mean, if it was Alfred E. Newman, could he have reasonably expected anybody to ever work that out?
No, because
it clues you in with the AEN.
I mean, if it did fit, then I'd say, okay, well, that is kind of funny. Maybe that's true.
Yeah, if it fitted, I would be more inclined to think there's a greater chance. But
he clues you in with the AEN, the initials of Alfred E. Newman, and then like the E symbol would go in the middle, and then the NAM, like, it's not exactly Newman, but almost like a first initial. No, I completely follow what you guys are saying. You would have to fudge the solution or have to use some type of intentional mistake. I was very critical of Faisal Zarawi for doing that with his Kayr solution, Kayr. And so, to be fair, then I would have to say, yes, that also doesn't completely work. But, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't want to project myself too much onto this. I would put my name into the Z13 if I were making it, but I would do it in a secondary way where you would never figure it out. You know, something like kind of just maybe throw in my initials somewhere, like an N and a D would be oddly placed, and that was what you were supposed to connect in an odd way. And I don't know, like, what would you guys do?
I think it's possible. Like we can't. Obviously, he may have put his own name in there, knowing that they couldn't solve it, and if they did solve it, it still wouldn't be evidence of anything. He may have said Alfred E. Newman and intentionally put in a mistake. We can't rule out anything, really.
I think the solution, if we find it, will have some bearing on the rest of the letter. It'll have, it'll be related to the letter in some way. He says at the end, can you figure out who I killed? There's other parts in that. Maybe if somebody finds something connected to that, like a name, and we find the person's been murdered a month before, then it has more relevance rather than just picking a random name or picking a random phrase. I mean, it could be a phrase. It doesn't have to be a name, does it? It could be my name is dash, and then underneath could be a message. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a name. Mm-hmm. But I'm like Druzer. I work on it every day. I keep looking at it.
That's why I really liked Kelly Marshall's attempt to solve the 340 when she looked at the my name is, and then she saw the dash. And she's like, there are two dashes in the 340 that are on the outside edges of more or less the columns. So then, you got the 340 and the 408, and then you kind of turn them in a certain way, and it reveals the name. See, something like that is what I would expect a person to do. Something that's so odd, twisted, and intricate that it'd be a 1 in a billion chance that someone would actually get it right. And, unfortunately, I knew Kelly Marshall was going down the wrong path from the beginning because I don't remember her exact solution, but it didn't work out. And, it didn't work out correctly. But, she's the subject of the documentary Zodiac, Rush to Editor. As somebody once said, even though it might not be right, she gets 10 out of a 10 for an effort.
But she was trying to squeeze Xenophon Anthony into it, wasn't she?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Now, if Welsh Chappie had never found that, then I don't think that would have been ever forced into that. Now, if she'd found that without Welsh Chappie releasing that document, then that would have been absolutely compelling. But it's a case of here's a name, let's fit it into the cipher, and you can. I think most people, so. I don't think there's much relevance to those.
I mean, I guess the 340 having a real solution and learning further that it seems like he provided like a half dozen hints to what that solution was with a diagonal writing on 3 consecutive envelopes using the phrase, I hope you, like 3 times in a very short succession. And if there's if we have the solution, Richard, to the 32 cipher, then he was giving hints for that as well.
Well, here's something I want to know. If you look at the 408, he writes the most dangerous animal of all, right? You don't find that in the most dangerous game. But what you do find is, as you know, I found something where Marion C. Cooper quoted after the film was released in 1932 that man is the most dangerous game of all, those exact words. And that's the only, I found it in 2 papers only from 1932 right up to the present day. My question would be, if it isn't anywhere else, and it's only quoted by Marion C. Cooper, who was the associate producer of that film, how did Zodiac find that? He'd have to trawl through microfiche, newspaper after newspaper, going back all through history to find that. How did he come up with that exact phrase?
He got lucky.
Good point. Yeah.
I mean, like,
Oh,
he
yeah?
just, chose that because, well, that's the theme of the Most Dangerous Game, that, hunting people for sport. I mean, that's what they're talking about. What is Count Zaroff, right, on the island?
Mm.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, Richard, or anything. I'm just kind of like exploring the challenge questions the way we do.
I just found it strange that it was done by the guy who was related to the film.
Yeah.
I mean, the Most Dangerous Game doesn't have that in it, that phrase. Later films have
Right.
close things to it, closer than the original film, but none of them have exactly the right wording from start to finish. And I just found, if that was the case, that's where he got it from, then this guy's an exhaustive trawler of newspapers going back decades. And we know...
He could have also been very retentive. Maybe he read it once, and it stayed with him for, like, the rest of his life.
Or he's old.
Yes. But to Druzer and Richard, though, like, do you guys have any responses to the Polscape 72 videos, especially the Z32 one? Because, I mean, Paul gave you guys a lot of credit talking about the solution to the Z32 that is 4 radians and 4.5 inches, and that the proposed location of the Zodiac Killer's bomb would be in Paradise Valley. I mean, I don't know if we've had a chance to talk about that yet.
I think he's done a good... I like his videos. He does good presentations. I like the way he approaches his videos. We had a discussion.
Do you think he's onto something?
Well, I think his solution's wrong because he's got 2 ciphertext characters representing 1 plaintext character, and you can't do that. But I absolutely think he's on the right lines, because to me, if the solution hasn't got radians and inches in it, it's not the right answer, because Zodiac told us to use that. He said it concerns radians. So, and when you think you've got radians and inches in it, and we've got an arrow pointing to a hashtag before inches, he's telling us to put a number there. And obviously the solution would be no use whatsoever if you didn't have a value before radians and you didn't have a value before inches. That's why. And I took that 4 radians and 5 inches that Druzer gave me, and it doesn't fit anywhere else, and nor does any other amount fit in that 30. You have to put it from the 9 position to the 32nd position, and that only leaves either estimate or escalate. And escalate makes no sense.
Escalate. I don't think so.
If you break it down like that, I can't see there's any other solution other than the one that Druzer gave me. And I think he's 100% right. That's the answer.
Okay, but then to credit to you, Druzer, Paul, and even Sphere of the Cube, like, the reason why I can completely follow what Richard is saying is it was Sphere of the Cube, who just flat out said, so many people are looking at the Zodiac Killer's codes and his his letters, and they're not following his instructions. Like, he's openly telling people what to do, as you said about using radians and inches along the radians. He's telling you something. He's giving you the instructions on what you're supposed to do, and a lot of people just completely ignore it, and then they just try to solve the Z32 from scratch. And no, so I guess, Richard, you and I are on the same page there in that regard.
And of course, the black circle is roughly at 4 radians and magnetic north, and it's got SFPD next to it. Now, why would you put that on the inside of... Obviously, you want to find a bomb, you've got to go around the circumference, you've got to go away from it. And that lines up pretty much, not exactly, but at 4 radians and magnetic north. That's another thing.
Right, because that's what Paul is like even cluing in on his videos. Like, you have the radians going magnetic north, but one way toward SFPD, and astronomical north or directional north, would be going to a different location. And that's something that isn't so complicated. And that's one reason why I like the videos on Polscape 72, because he's not getting wacky. Like, he really has some very clear and neat forms of thinking. I can tell that he's not just pulling this stuff out of his imagination. No. He's following the Zodiac's instructions, and it all kind of comes together in a logical sequence, mostly.
Yeah, most videos you watch on YouTube, you'll get about 5-10 minutes into them, you'll switch them off. I actually enjoyed watching all his videos because he approaches them from a scientific way. He's methodical and he's rational, and that I like that approach. It doesn't matter whether he agrees with me or I agree with him. I like the way he approaches this. That's why I suggested he has a look at some of the other cards like Pines or other ciphers, and give me his thoughts on them, because, you know, he's got a good approach, I think.
Yeah, he's an exciting new addition to our community, and I think he'll do good things.
Yeah, I agree. It will be really great if we can have him on board to talking with us. Guys, if you want, we can maybe answer to some question in the chat, because
Sure.
oh my gosh,
Gladly.
I need to go.
Hang on, give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, take your time. I will start from the beginning. Oh, interesting.
Wild.
You saw the Unabomber riding his bicycle to the store. You know, I really wonder what he would have been like to have been around, because somebody like Ted Kaczynski really went off the rails, and he is one of the more intelligent Zodiac Killer suspects out there. Very smart guy. It's just... And
too smart.
Have you seen the last video of David Orenchak about Kaczynski and the Zodiac?
I saw the one on the Kaczynski ciphers. I don't know if he's... I saw the thumbnail that you posted for one, and that looked different. Does he have multiple videos on Kaczynski?
No, the last one. It was the last one.
Okay, then I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He's the most intelligent suspect in the case.
Although George Hodel, though, had a higher IQ, I think. He had an IQ of 186, and I think Ted Kaczynski's IQ was somewhere in the 60s. Now, IQ is not how smart you are. Your IQ is your ability to learn, right? So some people have very high IQs, and they're just bumbling messes. And Kaczynski entered that point later in his life, and I guess I started to agree a little bit more with Mark Hewitt when he was like, Kaczynski probably decided at a very young age that he wanted to be a killer, and he was just looking for the opportune moments. So I guess I can't say too many praiseworthy things about him.
Do you think people in the Zodiac scene who have really high IQs tend to want to look for a really complicated answer to the Zodiac case to match their brain power, and an ordinary answer just isn't satisfactory?
That's a hell of a theory.
Yes, Richard, but I think we even did a little bit of that when we're just sort of like, oh, okay, I did that. I don't want to accept that the Z13 is a dud. No, there must be something bigger there, right? And, you know, and I don't have a genius level IQ or anything, but it's just not satisfactory to me to think about something that's so simple and boring like that. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Richard.
I was thinking of Ray Grant, a very intelligent guy who's come out with a lot of good ideas down the years, but he wants a really complicated answer to the Zodiac story, or he seems to think there's a complicated answer. And Gareth Penn's the same, very intelligent guy, far more intelligent than I'll ever be. And yet his theory is so exhaustive and complicated and over the top in a way. And I just think a boring answer doesn't satisfy a creative mind.
No, it depends on why you're investigating, what is luring you to the case. We're not talking about real investigators. We're talking about hobbyists. We're all hobbyists. I don't think it's a negative term, but
I am too. Yeah.
We're not in it. We're not legally sworn in and doing, you know, the most efficient, moral way to investigate the crimes. We're all having a little bit of fun, which isn't terrific. Yeah. I'm not proud of that.
But that's important, Druzer. That's important. Yeah. Because I would actually turn to Ross Richardson, who wrote the book Still Missing, about the D.B. Cooper case that I've discussed on my Cooper Friday segment. And what he said is, you could relate this to Gareth Penn. People take a bow and arrow, and they're shooting at the broadside of a barn. The arrow lands, and then they paint the target around it. All right, I have a suspect. Now I'm going to make everything around this particular suspect. And what this does in the brain, this is all from Ross Richardson, by the way, is they start getting dopamine hits and endorphins and rewards, thinking, look at all these connections that I'm making that are tying back to my suspect. And this gets expanded and compounded by publishing things online, by writing a book, by getting interviewed, by just having people talk about them. And like the circles around the arrow just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And
Right.
as I said, though, people like who make observations about the case as opposed to pushing a suspect can be way more fascinating.
Do you think as the circles get wider and more concentric, the ideas get weaker?
Yes, absolutely. Look at what Gareth Penn was doing. It's just absolutely everything is a mathematical signature. And then Gareth Penn writes this in Time 17. He's like, he just kind of connects two different numbers together. Hey, what a funny mathematical coincidence. Ha ha ha. And I'm like, so when something is not useful to your theory, it's just a mathematical coincidence. When it is useful to your theory, then it's a specifically designed, calculated signature that was implanted by Michael O'Hare. To clue in somebody only with Gareth Penn's intelligence to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, when I don't know if Druzer remembers this. Maybe he didn't look back then, but the first 40-odd articles I wrote were all about gematria and codes and numbers. And I ended up having to scrub them all because I couldn't believe I'd gone down that hole.
We all go through these phases in our investigation.
Absolutely.
Next question.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
Okay, yeah.
I think we sort of handled that one already.
Yeah, we
don't know, and we
I
wouldn't
don't know.
They looked at Mac for a while, though.
There's no reason at all for the police to come forward until they're certain, and there's definitely no reason why Morph would come forward
Sure.
unless he had it nailed down.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, how exactly does Parents mean this one?
He's giving a bullshit artist a platform to sell his wares, and it makes us question how much Drew knows. I don't think that's quite fair.
No.
Now, firstly, Thomas Horan, if you mean having Thomas Horan on Drew's channel is bad for Drew's reputation?
Yeah.
Well, firstly, I mean, Thomas Horan has made an enormous amount of claims. As I said, his stuff about criticizing Graysmith is pretty good. I still think he might have made a couple good observations about Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs. And, you can explore these things. And in an unsolved case, people have the right to present their findings. Maybe they're going to be right about some stuff. And I really have said, though, I will talk about anybody's work. I mean, I'm making kind of a small list in my head of people that I would not interview. And like, say, maybe David Gold, for example, I thought about contacting him to be on my channel, but then I was like, nah, I shouldn't. I'll talk about his book, but there's a difference between, bringing him on as a guest. But I don't think Thomas Horan is quite there yet.
I mean, you're fair-minded, aren't you, Drew? I don't know. I don't know how, sorry, Ned. I don't know how people can actually fall out with you, but they still manage to do it sometimes, don't they?
Oh, last year I made a whole list of enemies, and it's yeah. A lot of people hate my guts.
So we have here another question.
Any other ones?
Well, what was that one, though, that it said that Geik stayed in New York for 2.5 years after Darlene Ferrin left New York? Does that mean he was not stalking her? Do you guys have any info on that?
I posted a comment in there. It certainly cast doubt that was Richard's intention. It doesn't disprove it, though. I don't think
that
it
Richard's
has any
obsessed with
relevance
Darlene.
to the case, because I don't think Zodiac stalked his victims, but Tom seems to.
I've never really thought that the Darlene Ferrin thing was any more significant than any of the other crimes. So I've never really focused in on Darlene Ferrin and all these theories around her.
But is this why Geik becomes a suspect? I know Geik becomes a suspect because of Goldcatcher, but part of me just thought maybe that's a bigger answer to thing. He becomes suspicious because he did know Darlene Ferrin, the Albany connection, and the maybe according to Ken Narlow, they did know each other personally, and I got that from Tom Voigt, so I'm hearing it third hand. But it's like, I really just thought, all right, this guy's in Darlene's inner circle to a certain extent. That's why people started looking at him. And do you think that Geik and Darlene knew each other at all?
Well, I haven't I've seen no evidence, but just because somebody knows somebody, it is not. Lots of people knew Sherry Jo Bates.
Yeah,
absolutely.
This was, of course, years before the attack, but it should be noted that it was Blaine who brought Gaikowski forward, and then afterwards, Tom found out all these other things that seem to potentially correlate, and that's why it has snowballed into such a long discussion.
Do you trust people? Do you trust people who throw stones from the shadows?
Well, absolutely not. It's like you could trust no one. I mean, it's like sometimes you can play the card trust but verify. Other times you can just be like, nah, anybody could be, deceptive. But really, did Geik work in the same building as Darlene Ferrin's ex-husband? Is that all just for real?
They worked at different papers that were housed in the same building.
The Knickerbocker News and the Albany Times-Union, right?
Yeah. And
I don't know. That's a big coincidence. I mean, that's a shocking coincidence.
Yeah.
How about a Zodiac missive to Albany Times?
But Ned,
it's even bigger.
Another coincidence?
Yeah.
Ned, why aren't
be.
It probably is.
Why aren't all the other people who worked in those two newspapers in the frame as well then?
Because Geik is moving to Northern California and to New York and then back to Northern California, almost following Darlene Ferrin's movements.
2 years out though.
It's a big place.
Right, that's what the poster was saying. Just like, wait a second, doesn't that mean it's a little bit less substantial? I mean, if he has this obsession with her and he's stalking her, yet he waits 2.5 years to start stalking her again or something. Like, I mean, did the weather change in New York? Did the climate go up and down a few degrees? All of a sudden, oh, yeah. Remember that Darlene girl? I'm going to quit my job and move to Northern California. I completely get what that person is saying. That kind of...
Richard doesn't move to Vallejo, though, does he?
No. What year were we talking about? Because... I mean, we're talking like, was it 66, 67? He's in Martinez, right? And
I'm a little unclear about the Geik timeline.
No, I'm thinking 1965. He was in Martinez, California, and
Jim and Darlene were in there in 66, and they were divorced by 67. By 67, she was back in Vallejo. I can tell you.
No, you're right though. Like there are. No, I completely get that there are certain like mental leaps that people have, and like one of my first videos that I ever made on Black Box Online Radio was just talking about all of these assumptions that people are making about Gaikowski, and yes, I completely get that that's not hard physical evidence. You can't bring that to a court of law. Oh, this guy lived in Albany, and the victim lived in Albany. Then he lived in California, and she lived in California. People be like, well, so what? That doesn't mean he killed her.
No, you're adding interesting coincidences on top of each other, circumstantial evidence or coincidence. And if you have enough of them, you think you have something. And maybe you do. That stuff is used in court. It's just that you need more. Couldn't
we apply this model to Lawrence Kane?
Absolutely.
About Darlene Ferrin or about another victim like Donna Lass, you mean?
Yeah, so we could apply the model to lots of people who happen to move in one direction, if we believe Donna Lass is connected, of course.
Yeah. There's just so many ifs, and they just pile on top of each other. So I mean, if people take the
it really is like that,
confirmed,
With Lawrence Kane, though, you gotta wonder, like, if he is indeed in the Bay Area, and then Donna Lass moves to Lake Tahoe, and then he moves to Lake Tahoe, and then she goes missing or something, and then we get the Pines card. Yeah, I completely get what Harvey Hines was trying to do, but at the same time, it's possible that some local dirtbag just grabbed Donna Lass, was like, kind of lured her out of the nurse's station late at night and did something bad to her. Someone like similar to the serial killer Joseph Holt, whom we were talking about.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah,
I would
you're
not be
right.
surprised if the Zodiac murdered Donna Lass and that he changed his MO. But as of now, I have so many doubts that she was killed by the Zodiac at all, let alone introducing Lawrence Kane.
I'm with Druzer about Holt. He's the best bet so far.
Yeah, and with Kane, you sort of go down the same road as you do with Allen. So much of the information we're getting comes from a researcher with a not impeccable track record. So just as you leave the Graysmith book or film thinking Allen's the guy, and then you do more research and realize all the holes, it's the same thing if you follow Hines.
Mm.
No,
I don't even know
about that.
I said this to
mean,
Ned.
Harvey Hunt. Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
I said this to
No, you
Ned
can go
once. You got 100 suspects, and a lot of people are almost utterly convinced that they've found the killer to about 95-100%. Now, these are different people with different professions, different accents, different heights, different weights, different intelligence, and they've all been morphed into one person. My argument, therefore, is what a horrible technique this is.
Yeah. You have to be trying to eliminate your suspect.
Yeah.
Well, we've been talking about Harvey Hines, and I just want to share something that I should have said more clearly years ago. Harvey Hines had a big piece of evidence connected to Lawrence Kane, and that was his solution to the Z13 cipher that we've been talking about, that it goes from right to left and says name Kane 1924, because Lawrence Kane was Jewish and the Hebrew language is written from right to left. But to use Harvey Hines's method, he's not writing it from right to left. It's written from left to right, but the words would be arranged from right to left, and that to me just sounds purely incoherent. Like, he's writing the English words from left to right, but placing them in order from right to left. I don't think that works at all. I think that is a genuine mistake in his solution to the Z13.
It's preposterous. Yeah. Why would he have the word name in the solution and yet not?
My name is named. My name is Name Kane.
Name Kane, and then here's.
It's there, but it's not realistic, is it?
I mean, I try not to be too critical or cruel with investigators who are doing it, 30 years ago, because we've learned so much since. But clearly, that is not a valid solution.
No.
But like Richard did bring up something very good. We've been talking about the differences in suspects, and we mentioned John Parr Cox in this episode. And as Druzer said, he was 6'5". Maybe he appeared a little shorter. Then we also have suspects like Bruce Davis, who are 5'6", Robert Hansen, that was also 5'6", if I recall, David Meyerhofer, 5'6". Was the Zodiac 6 feet 5 inches tall, or was he 5 feet 6 inches tall? And how on earth could these people be considered for being the same person? It's like pulling them out of a lineup. He was like, well, I can't tell them apart. They look the same. Really?
Mm-hmm. I think his median age, if you work it out, is about 5'9". If you apply all the suspects, the eyewitnesses together,
highly possible.
It could be anywhere between 5'7" and 5'11" is a reasonable guide. I don't think we can put any tack in heights or necessarily the weight. The weight could be off by 50 pounds. We just don't know.
If anyone suggests 6 foot, then he can't be 5'6". If anyone says he was short, and we have 2 witnesses who do use the word short, then he can't really be over 6 foot.
No.
Yeah, and also you said John Parr Cox is 6'5".
He was 6'5", and he lost an inch of his height because of back surgery. So he would have been 6'4", and
and described by no one as short.
So if he was 6'4", he was really 6'5", wasn't he? because outside he would be wearing shoes with at least an inch heel, I'd have thought, back in those days.
Yep.
Well,
So
that's the issue with Lake Berryessa. I mean, Brian Hartnell would have said, like, oh, this guy's almost as tall as I am, because he would have been wearing the hood. And, yes. He's a very large man.
Brian was a giant. He was down on the ground. It was a slope. It was the last thing on his mind. You can't knock Brian for being so vague about the height. But the first thing he does say is short, 5'8" to 5'10".
Yeah.
And then Cecilia says that he's much taller, though.
Yeah. How starched was the hood?
No.
It wasn't like a burlap sack on his head, was it? So it could have stood at least 2 or 3 inches above the top of his head. We don't know.
Absolutely. And giving credit to Playtime, he was the first one who brought that to my attention. I mean, people are saying that the hood might have added a little bit of height. The hood could have added like at least 3 inches of height to the Zodiac Killer's hood. Now, that would tie into something that Richard has said about being 5'9". I've also estimated 5 feet 10.5 inches tall, plus with the hood. That's why he appeared 6 feet tall in Cecilia Shepard's mind. I completely agree with Brian Hartnell when he said he was a bad judge of height because of his own. Now, Druzer, is this right? Was Brian 6'7"? Was that the official height?
I believe so.
I mean,
it's been said that he was 6'7". I've seen some photos.
It's going to be hard for him to judge. You know, was the guy 5'8" or was he 6 feet tall? I completely am on his side with that.
Yeah, and he's on the ground when the killer approaches, and then I think he stands, and the killer gets him to sit back down.
And the hood's got 4 corners, hasn't it? And it's stitched.
Yeah.
So it could easily sit proud above the headline.
Right. And Graysmith says he was wearing a wig under the hood, so that adds another inch of height.
As one does.
Can I ask you guys, though, that maybe we've covered it a little bit. Do you think the Zodiac was wearing a wig at Lake Berryessa?
No.
Let's say if we know that he was not wearing his hood before. So if he claimed he is looking like and the sketch, and he liked to disguise himself. That's a possibility that he was disguised to not be recognized as a person where he is not wearing the hood. And after, just think about that. Maybe he was wearing that, and to killing, he was wearing the hood for, I don't know, for ceremonial stuff, or
it makes sense. Makes sense that. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was a time, especially if you believe he was involved with the 3 girls from Pacific Union College, that he might wear a wig, because there's going to come a point before he puts the costume on. So from that standpoint, there is a benefit to having a wig before he puts the costume on. But there's just absolutely no way of proving it. The only thing we can say is you saw the hair by the eyelets, and the next time you see him, he's got short crew cut. So there's an argument to be had, but then again, he could have just had a haircut. So, you know, we'll never know, will we?
No, we won't. But giving a shout out to Vincent McConnell of the New Cokes 2024 channel, he was talking about how, now, if the Zodiac was wearing a wig under the Lake Berryessa hood, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia are talking about how they see the hair underneath, which I guess is through the slots for the eyes behind the sunglasses, and it looked like greasy hair. Now he's like, did it appear that way because it was a synthetic form of fibers that would be used in a wig? I'm like, you know, I see where you're going with this. It's just, I guess I'm more on the skeptical side of thinking this guy didn't have to wear a wig at all underneath his hooded costume. And I thought what Richard said for the longest time, that he cut his hair immediately before the Stein murder to throw the description off. And
there's a possibility, yeah.
And he was telling the truth. I don't know, like,
and
sometimes
also,
Go ahead.
It was an extremely hot day. And if his car wasn't parked behind Brian's and he had walked there across that terrain and then walked back afterwards, you could understand his hair might be a little bit greasy because he's done a lot of exertion before he's even got down there, never alone anything else. I mean, was it about 80 degrees, even though it was getting on towards 6?
And wearing a windbreaker underneath the Lake Berryessa hood itself, partnered with long pants, all of that, and it's like
And let's be honest,
the jacket, the hood, everything. You must sweat.
You don't wash your hair for a few days, it's going to be greasy, isn't it? So
yeah,
I'd like to. So Vincent and Drew have gone back and forth on their respective videos, and they both had reasonable things to say. Vincent thinks that he was wearing a hood before, or sorry, he was wearing a wig before he put on the hood because he was worried about other people seeing him, whether he was the lurker or not. I think there's some value in that statement. And he could have not. he could have put the wig away before he put the hood on. Who knows? Drew's comment I thought was also good, and he said, if you have a wig on and then you put the hood on top, if that wig comes loose, you're not going to see anything, and that would put him at a major disadvantage.
Oh yeah. Drew had a good point on that. Yeah, and I agree with him. But there is also this possibility there is wearing a wig to don't be recognized and putting the hood, and really quickly because by the statement of Cecilia, he was close from them when he had wearing the hood. He was under the tree, so I don't know.
I think he was 100 yards away when she saw him. Maybe he was a little closer. I'm not sure.
Without the hood, but with the hood, it's after he was behind the tree. He was hiding behind the tree, and when he shows up, he was wearing a hood.
I wish we had more words from Cecilia because she could have put a lot of mysteries to rest. I also have to wonder whether what Brian actually saw behind the hood through the eyelets was, I wonder if that was thread from the hood itself.
Yeah.
It seems so weird.
That would make more sense because normally your hair doesn't go down over your nose, even if you have long hair.
No. Yeah, and in Brian's perspective, the clip-ons were attached to the eyelets themselves. So if you imagine how much are you going to see through not eyeglasses, but shaded glasses, then maybe glasses underneath. Then you see the hair and you can describe the color and everything. I'm not sure.
I thought about that so much too, like having opaque lenses on a black hooded costume, yet he can still see the greasy brown hair underneath. I mean, it's kind of like what you said. Was that something else? Was he mistaken? And
yeah,
I completely accept that the Zodiac would have been wearing a dark brown colored hair. I was about to say a dark brown wig, but we just said we don't know. I completely accept that his hair color would have been dark brown. Both Brian and Cecilia seem to have said that. She saw him without the hooded costume on. Other than that, I just think there's insufficient evidence to say that he was wearing a wig. And also, that's because people want to push Arthur Lee Allen as a suspect, and he didn't have the right hair.
Right. We have two descriptions of light in his hair. So I sort of like brown because it can be seen as reddish. It can be seen as light. I think we know he didn't have white hair and he didn't have black hair, and that's probably about it.
But can I just take a hard stance on something? I also don't believe that the Lake Berryessa voyeur was the Zodiac. I think that was just some guy that saw 3 girls sunbathing, and he's checking them out. He's just staring at them. I don't think that that's a complicated mystery. Oh, is he stalking his next victims? No, this is... He saw 3 girls that he thought were hot at a public park, and He's like, damn, check out that one. That's what I think was happening. And
I-
I
if-
agree.
if in fact, it's the case. Do you know if the police had asked the three girls to made a sketch or
Yes,
yeah, and
that's the sketch we see. It began with an identikit, whereas they have pictures of hair and eyes and nose, and they sort of put it together, and then an artist fleshed it out.
okay, it comes from there. Okay,
Yeah, but I would say even, I mean, the timing is obviously a problem with that sighting. It was hours earlier, but even beyond that, the behavior itself. If this guy was staring at them for a full 45 minutes, that doesn't sound like a man with a mission, as we know Zodiac was.
that doesn't sound like anything the Zodiac did. He was more of like, get in motion, do the crime, and get out, not just kind of like linger there for 45 minutes in plain
No.
sight, exposing himself to all types of witnesses. And I don't
no,
think
he
so.
was acting
and
really quickly. Yeah.
Linda Jensen, maybe I have the first name wrong. One of the girls who was being spied on gave a statement at the time, and then 50 years later, she was on the Myth of the Zodiac documentary, and suddenly now he's described as hiding between the trees and acting very suspicious. But none of that was stated in the original reports.
No,
Right, because that's always how I visualize. He's kind of just like standing out in the open, and that's how they got that good look at him. And the statements are that he was extremely neat and clean cut. He was actually somewhat attractive in their mind, and they were so surprised that a guy that was so neatly dressed didn't have his shirt tucked in. And I don't mean to judge anyone. But someone wrote this out in the comment section on Black Box Online Radio. How could three women that age refer to Arthur Lee Allen as neat, clean cut, and attractive? Just wouldn't happen. You know.
Do you find
I
it?
agree.
No offense to Lee Beyond the Grave. Don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I see that guy's point.
Do you find it strange that the Rayfields were the only other people that noticed something strange that day, and it was from the same location as the three girls?
Yeah, I do, and because you guys know that I'm going to easily admit if I was wrong about that. Yeah, okay, got the Voyeur sighting, the Rayfield sighting, and I can comprehend the narrative. It's, yeah, okay, that was a Zodiac, and then he moved in this way, and that's why they saw him. But, I mean, I weigh the possibilities, and I weigh the merit of the ideas, and I would go with the former first. That's just some guy who's checking out some girls. Maybe he got in his car and then drove out of California and never returned again. And I just think that's just some innocent passerby.
I have a question here, but if someone wants to answer to that, Cecilia made the same statement that Brian. So
You
the
have to
would
believe the
exist.
witnesses.
Yeah.
They would exist.
I don't see any reason to doubt it.
No,
Absolutely no reason to doubt that.
No,
I mean, I don't think Brian was in on this. I don't think that he made up the story or anything. And Cecilia, of course, would have no reason to make up anything about this. And you guys remember that Cecilia's estimating his height at 6 feet tall, plus, the black hooded figure and all that she's talking to Officer Collins. And
yeah, there is no gain to lie to the police about the attacker, and
The height descriptions are going to be off by 2 inches. Like, that's on either side.
but what I think that person was saying is, like, is Brian Hartnell making up the story? Because how do we know that there actually was that hooded figure? Or
Well, he got the crosshairs right, didn't he?
someone
He
wrote the
did.
message on the car door, right? Yeah, and the dates of Zodiac activity, as you said, with the
Yeah.
crosshairs. And
Yeah, and the person who rang in at 7:40, that message on the car door had not been discovered at that time. So the person who rang in was definitely the person who was at Lake Berryessa.
And I've always said Lake Berryessa is the biggest challenge to the hoax theory for everything that we have just laid out. Hooded costume with the Zodiac symbol, message on the car door, the phone call coming before the car door was discovered 1 hour and 10 minutes later. And all of that stuff suggests that there was a real Zodiac as opposed to a fictitious Zodiac. And the only way to make the hoax theory work would be by saying that, well, it started as a hoax, but then there was a real Zodiac that took over. Again, no more hoax theory. But I've done that all on BBOR in the past.
You know
If
that.
you're a hoaxer, if you,
Sorry.
if
Go
you're
ahead.
a hoaxer, the car door and the phone call is sufficient. You don't need to design an intricate costume with detailed stitching and make that effort. If you're a hoaxer, stick a bag over your head and then write on the car door and then make the phone call. There's no need for that elaborateness. The only person that would invest that much time into a costume would be probably the killer who got too big for his boots.
A hoaxer would probably also say that they were Zodiac, which this guy didn't.
Absolutely, yeah.
And at Blue Rock Spring, he was not wearing anything like this. So, as we know,
But was he wearing a hood at Lake Herman?
we don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, for his first crime, maybe. I don't know. But
I think it's highly improbable, but that he wore the hood at Lake Herman Road because, at night in the dark, I mean, all he has is his pencil flashlight. Remember that bullshit? Though there's mountains are high, there's no light. He couldn't even see the silhouettes, according to him.
It's because his wig was in his eyes.
No,
he would have ruined his chance.
You
Like
see, Ned and Druzer and Richard, the only thing who annoyed me is the fact that there is all this ceremony, the costume, everything, and the different MO, modus operandi, and after that, the car door, and after that, he never mentioned that in his letter.
He alludes to the crime several times.
Yeah, September. I killed the people in the North Bay area.
Yeah, but he don't make mention of the costume. He don't mention the car door. He don't mention this is the first time he killing with a knife.
I've got a good idea why though, because if you
go ahead. Right.
The first crime, there's no eyewitnesses alive. The second one, you've got an unreliable eyewitness. Here, you've got Brian Hartnell, who gives great detail. I don't see that the has got much more to add.
Oh, but by the way, guys, we have one commenter here, Z72, saying, what happened to Brian Hartnell's car, especially the door? I mean, I can answer part of that. The door was taken off and put into evidence, and I believe that it's actually still in evidence to this day. But I've been asked this once before, like, what happened to the rest of the Carmen Ghia? Was it impounded, or do you guys know?
I don't think he ever got it back. I do know that the Fincher production gave him that model of car. That to me suggests that that he didn't receive his original one back.
Okay, but the door is still in evidence, right? Like you guys have seen that they took it off and how it's been stored and preserved. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
and something weird about the date. It's you that who have pointed that. It's when you made the addition of the number. The first date equal 100. The second date
12, 20, 68, 100.
Yeah, 100. The second date equal 80, and the third date, if we count set, like the number 7 in French, set, and we add that, we have 40. So we have 100, 80, 40. For you, it means something or anything?
And Presidio Heights is 90, 10, 11, 69. You can't that adds up to 90.
Yeah, right.
So all of those numbers are very
100,
even.
90, 80, 40. Yeah, right.
It's almost perfect. Like so many of these things that we were talking about with the Z13 and the Z32, it's so close to making sense. But it's almost evenly working out 100, 90, 80. Then it jumps all the way down to 40. And then I'm like, well, that could be just some type of mathematical coincidence. If the Lake Berryessa door added up to 70 for the Lake Berryessa line, I would be like, goodness, this is absolutely some type of countdown or
Yeah.
some type of other mathematical signature. But because it's just not perfect enough for me to say that it actually does have some significance. And, as I openly tell you guys, I'm not selling anything about the Zodiac Killer. That's one of the reasons why I don't just be like, oh, yeah, absolutely, I'm right. I'm open to different possibilities. And I
Like I
can't
am.
necessarily say that this is what happened,
What
No,
are
but
your
it was a good point. It was a good point.
what are your thoughts on him writing Vallejo on the car door? He wasn't that stupid. He knew his first
No.
crime was in Benicia. Do you think there was purpose behind that?
Yep.
Yeah, sort of.
What, to deflect away from Vallejo, you're going to say, aren't you?
Oh, you mean deflect away from where he really lived? I don't really think he lived in
No,
Vallejo. Go ahead.
By mentioning Vallejo all the time and never Benicia, he's trying to give us
That's right.
And the multiple stamps on the Vallejo Times Herald to give us the impression that he's definitely from Vallejo, whereas he's playing a ruse.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, it seems logic. Yeah.
And as Jerome pointed out on one of our panel discussions, when the Zodiac made the phone call, to the best of our knowledge, he's saying, if you go 1 mile east on the Columbus Parkway, you'll find the 2 kids in the brown car. And it was Jerome who said that if he just lived in Vallejo, why wouldn't he say, if you go to Blue Rock Springs Park? This suggests more someone who didn't completely grow up there and know these places inside and out. So he's using the directions from the road because that's what he had just experienced.
Well,
Or he doesn't want to give away that he's from Vallejo and knows very well the name of the public park.
So it's all hiding in plain sight, huh? Writing Vallejo on the car door at Lake Berryessa, all hiding in plain sight.
Well, here's a thought for you then. Druzer knows my interpretation by sticking a full stop in that message. If you go 1 mile east and then full stop on Columbus Parkway by a public car, you'll find kids in a brown car. Now, if you go from that police station at 111 Amador Street, the quickest route for police to get onto Springs Road is down Solano Avenue. When you get onto Springs Road, it's exactly 1.34 miles east, which may suggest that Zodiac knows where the police station is, knows when they're going to get onto Springs Road, and knows it's only roughly a mile down to the end of that road. So it could suggest knowledge of the area. Maybe.
But we learned Horan last night that there's only 2 possibilities. One, Nancy Slover confused the 2 phone calls and was just entirely wrong about what she wrote in the police report. Or it was Robert Graysmith who made the phone call after driving 80 miles an hour from Oakland.
Yeah. But the mistake people always made was automatically assuming that Nancy Slover heard the call right in the correct context. But they always assume that Zodiac got the directions wrong. Well, you can't assume that. And like I said, when you just read something out, you don't put commas and full stops in it. So if he paused at a particular point and continued on, and then you just wrote out that message, it could mean something completely different, as we see in the Blue Rock Springs phone call.
Yeah, and he was talking over her, as she described.
Yeah.
Oh, but by the way, we have something in here in the chat from Cat Daddy Steve who says, note, no one has seen the Berryessa bloody blanket that still could have Zodiac's sweat DNA on it. Now, if you mean the picnic blanket at Lake Berryessa, I don't believe the Zodiac's sweat DNA would be on the picnic blanket because I don't think he had enough contact with it. And also, the blanket was extremely poorly handled. To the credit of the myth of the Zodiac Killer, this is another thing that Thomas Warren deserves credit for, talking about how Dennis Land, the park ranger at Berryessa, violated the procedures. And at first, I think he's trying to use the blanket to keep Cecilia warm, but then he folds it up and puts it into a box. So contaminants, everything about that is ruined. But I don't think the DNA would be there in the first place. What do you guys think?
Well,
I don't think so.
He could have cut himself when he
Possibly.
A bit like the Sherry Joe Bates one, the trail of blood going away about 100 feet back to the road. I doubt that's dripping from a small knife measuring 3.5 inches by half an inch. So he could easily have cut himself in the case of the stabbing of Sherry Joe Bates, but also at Lake Berryessa, because if you remember, Celia Shepherd is writhing around and moving, and that blade is going everywhere. It's quite possible you could have found blood on that blanket or on the floor around the blanket.
I agree that blood would be more likely, but this was asking about sweat DNA, and I don't think the killer's sweat would be on the picnic blanket.
There could be saliva.
Yeah. That would be more likely than sweat.
Saliva? No, because he is wearing the hood, so...
Saliva, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. That, of course, was in the police reports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chad is in the chat. Says, I just tested Alfred E. Newman and the Z13 does not fit. Yes, well, Drew and Richard may have set me straight on that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the better ideas, but I just don't think it's right. But it's not a bad idea, you know.
No,
it's just a notch under brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to solve the Z13. So when people come up with something like that, I mean, I appreciate it because, like the amount of clues we have to work with, they're minuscule.
Well, when Druzer solves the Z13, like he's done with the Z32, you'll read it on my first.
But like Ned was pointing out, the truth that we don't have talk about a lot about the Presidio Heights, so we can maybe.
Well, I'll tell you one thing I do agree with that I saw today, and Ned pointed me that way, is I do agree with Ray Grant's assessment of the Bates letters. I don't believe that guy was the hoaxer of those letters whatsoever. So I think Ray Grant is bang on with that analysis.
Okay, why is that, Richard?
Well, mine's different interpretation to his, but his interpretation is pretty good, pretty sound. I like what he's done, how he's presented it. Mine is, Druzer knows mine, because I believe he didn't admit to the confession letters. He didn't admit to the Riverside desktop poem. And if he didn't admit to all three, he's not responsible for any of them. That's my interpretation.
And you've also said in the past that all of those contain the infinitive verb to die, like as a linguistic similarity. Does that tie into it as well, Richard?
Absolutely, yeah. Amongst other things like time, sick, unwilling, all those were. I mean, he stressed in the Riverside desktop poem about unwilling to die, and then he was saying that Sherry Joe Bates was very willing to die. And all that sort of stuff. She was very willing to talk to me, And so I think that emphasis of those two, plus the time, I mean, he mentions time 5 times between the desktop and the confession. I don't want to go through all that again, though, because I'll bore you to death.
Well, it always goes back to the same question. Did the killer of Sherry Joe Bates write the typed confession? If so, then he probably wrote all of those. If he did not, then... some sick individual in Riverside did.
Oh, wow, then. I think this is a big place where we would have some disagreement, because I can completely comprehend about how the killer would have written the typed confession, because it's just laying out everything step by step, although it's full of crap. I mean, Miss Bates did not go to the slaughter like a lamb, and she fought back quite a lot. But, I mean, I could see how there are different letter writers for the desktop poem and for the Bates Had to Die letters. And as of now, I do believe the hoaxer from 2016, and I mean, I guess we can go through it if you want.
There's a few coincidences, or there's some linkage. It just can't be stressed enough how unique a signature it would seem to be to 1 month after the crime send the newspapers multiple near identical letters. And
1 month after the crime, But the hoaxer only admitted to the loose leaf letters from 1967, right? So he did not admit to the Riverside Confession, the Type 1, or the desktop poem. And
Right.
well, then, guys, why is he coming forward 50 years after the murder saying, I wrote the loose leaf letters? Why would he lie about that?
Because he's an attention seeker.
Anonymously?
Well, he's got to be really daft if he licks the envelopes and sends them in.
Pretty much. It should be noted that Ray is right, that this guy didn't come forward.
He did it. He did it like secretively, like
Yeah, he didn't sign his name. He didn't say, "My name is Bill, and I did this crime."
Yeah,
well, he just said that I was a troubled teenager in 1966. I mailed the Bates Had to Die letters, and I guess I'm a little bit surprised, though, that more people would think that he is not being honest, because I don't know how much he would have to gain from this. And also, I think that falls in line with being somewhat of a teenage prank. There's no talk about radians and inches along the radians and those things. It just says Bates had to die. There will be more. Here's a little squiggle. And I mean, that sounds like something that I think a teenage prankster would do.
What about when the confession letters were sent, he put CC for carbon copy, instructing that there was other letters sent alongside, because it was 2 sent. What about the idea that the Bates letter had nothing on, Joseph Bates' letter, and the other one had 2 joined with an L and 3 joined with an L, and it was just a quick way of writing second letter, third letter?
Yep.
If that was correct, then that would bolster the idea it was the same person in a way, because he's stressing carbon copy on the other one and suggesting there is another communication being sent with a confession. But
Zodiac also numbered his letters, or at least one of them.
Absolutely. The bus bomb letter he numbered, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
guess
I don't think it's ridiculous to suggest that the anonymous hoaxer was the writer of the notes. I think that's a possibility. But for me, if I don't know for sure that the killer wrote the typed letter, I just have no footing to delve further.
My honest take on the subject is there's a very high chance that the killer wrote the typed letter, because, I mean, that is one where someone is blatantly admitting to the crime, and this is done in 1966. Even if they traced it back to the letter writer, well, that person's going to go on trial for murder, perhaps, and that would be a very big risk that they would take. Now, people do things like that sometimes, but, it's also openly admitting to murdering Sherry Jo Bates. Then we have the desktop poem, and I simply think that the desktop poem was completely unrelated. I think that was a morbid 18 or 19-year-old RCC student who just wrote something out. And, this poem about a girl who is not going to die, but just wait till next time, right? I think that is just, it's something that's kind of like this just sort of dark and twisted emotional thing from the pre-goth era. And then we have the loose leaf letters where someone is just trying to be annoying, trolling the Bates family. And so on. And because the Riverside Confession is republished in the newspaper in the days prior to the mailing of the loose leaf letters, is that right?
Yes.
Because they wanted to bait the killer into do something, as I understand.
So that just tells
me, someone's thinking, hey, you know what? I'm just going to mess with them. Was he 16 years old at the time, or do we just know that he was a teenager?
He was described as a young teenager in the press release.
I'm just thinking of 2016. Sorry,
and you
have to understand. Go ahead.
You have a statute of limitations, so you can't prosecute him, can you? Because
they couldn't. That's why I was like, why didn't he come forward? Because the statute of limitations would have way past that.
But if they really thought he was lying about the Bates letters in 2016, they could certainly have prosecuted him then.
Yeah, because there is no limitation for murder, right?
Yeah,
for murder.
No, if you came forward in 2016 and said, yes, I hoaxed those letters, and you interfered with an open investigation of an unsolved murder, you could be arrested, I would have thought. because
I thought the statute of limitations had passed. Like, I forget the exact number of years.
No, I'm on
For
about
obstruction of justice.
prosecuting him for coming forward in 2016 and pretending he wrote the Bates.
If he lied.
Yeah.
If he lied in the confession, if like his admission was fake. Yeah, that I agree, Richard. Go ahead. Yeah.
So they must believe him, is what I'm trying to say, because otherwise they should have prosecuted him if they knew he was lying.
Yeah, I think they believe him, and I think they have reasons to think that he was the real author. But I mean, yeah.
No,
I guess
I think
on the page.
I think like you, Ned. I think it was Edgar Allan Poe fan who wrote this stuff.
Actually, we have a question here from Melissa who says, actually, there's you guys put a different one up on the screen. Melissa had one.
Sorry.
She says, Ned,
yeah.
But what about the practice of writing the paper police and closest family member? That matches the MO of the Zodiac, pre-Zodiac. How would the kid know the Zodiac would do the same? Melissa, I can answer that one. He didn't. The Zodiac read all about the murder of Shuri Jo Bates in the papers. I think the Zodiac had intense familiarity of the Bates crime. I think it even planted some ideas in his head to go on to become a serial killer who was going to write letters. Maybe he was going to use the name Z. He's borrowing the Z, and then the Charlie Chan character at Treasure Island, Dr. Zodiac, who's referred to as Zodiac in the initial introductory moments. Then they add on Dr. Zodiac. And I just think that that's one of the cases that the Zodiac read about a lot, and he stole things the way that he did from other people like Edgar Allan Poe we've been talking about, or the Tim Holt comics. And I'm going out on a limb with some of this stuff, but that's what I think happened.
Do you find it unusual, if you remember the November the 16th article by Paul Avery telling us about the connection to Riverside, and Phil Sims got the idea that was a connection to Riverside from the Zodiac case because of the Halloween card. So isn't it curious that's the first and only time he put a Z or a Z, as you say in America, at the bottom of that Halloween card? He'd never done that before. Isn't that strange?
Yes, it is.
It's very strange, but
bearing in mind the little list, I had all those links as well. Twitch and squirm.
Yes, that's a big one. That's one that I can't really, downplay. Like this whole thing about the Zodiac wrote the Riverside Confession. No matter what, like you'd be like Sword and Korsgaard and say that, yeah, he wrote the confession, but he didn't commit the murder. And I am forced to admit there are linguistic similarities among the Zodiac's writing and the Riverside Confession. Twitch and Squirm is the biggest one, of course.
Druzer, do you still believe that there were two different confession letters?
I think that some documents have been mislabeled. I think the one in the FBI was a reproduction, so that it could be legible. And I think the one we see in the photograph to the press enterprise is authentic. Yeah. And I don't think we've seen the actual one that was sent to the police.
Got ya. Okay.
A question.
And guys, I'm actually going to have to get off the stream now. My power source is about to die. But, thank you so much for having me on again, Jerome and Druzer, Richard. Always a pleasure. And thank you to everyone in the chat who has been leaving some things. And Chad, I really appreciate the line, Nidger Allen, bro. Nicely done.
Nice.
All right. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. All right?
Yeah, take care, Ned.
Okay, Ned.
And everybody who is listening, of course, I'm the host of Black Box Online Radio. We're going to be putting out a lot of content this week, talking about the Zodiac Killer, Jack the Ripper, and D.B. Cooper. And you guys know where to find me on Instagram, BlackBoxNed88. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.
See ya. Good night. How long have you got left? Druzer, how long have you got left?
I'm fine.
You're all right.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
On my understanding, the guy who have wrote the three letters has been identified by the police. He was questioning by the police, and the police say no, there is no way that he was the Zodiac
Mhm.
because he was too young.
And because they don't want an association between the two cases. I think those are their two motivations for saying that.
Okay, but if it's just an idea who comes like this in my mind, but you are in the true crime role too, so I have already saw kids killing, so it's not impossible to have a kid who killed. And
Right.
if it was in 66 and he was 16 in 66.
That's the thing, is that we don't know. He was described as a
We
young
don't know.
teenager. So I'm thinking if he was like 12 or something, then yeah, he's probably too small to commit the crime. But if he was
Yeah.
16, he honestly probably could have.
I don't know where I read it. I thought he was 16, but
Yeah,
They
I
didn't say
thought
that
too.
in the press release.
no.
And I may be reading too much into their phrasing, calling him a young teenager.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he could afford
Yeah.
stamp.
I'd still like to know where what was that creep's name? William Suff. He would have been about 16 at the time.
Yeah, he was a good shout because he did go on to cut off body parts, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he probably had nothing to do with the crime. They didn't get him for a crime until the mid 80s. But considering his location, I think he may have gotten that sick idea from the Bates case.
I think he moved to Texas.
Yeah, that's right.
About 10 years, didn't he? Came back.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be probably looking for more murders in Texas. I know. Didn't he kill his two-year-old child?
Yes,
Something
that
like
was
that.
the first one they connected him with.
Yeah. So he's
If
perfect.
anyone could answer this question.
Yeah. So you think Zodiac copied the kid? Well, we don't know that Zodiac had anything to do with Riverside, although it seems at least 50% possible. Yeah, it's weird. If the killer wrote the typed confession, then he is probably Zodiac. If he did not write the typed letter, then it was done by someone who is perpetuating a really dreadful hoax and taking a lot of measures to not be identified. You know, they didn't. It's not covered in fingerprints. He was disguising the handwriting on the envelope with super thick, blocky text. If the narrative conveyed in the letter made more sense, then I would have no doubt. But it's really weird that the killer would write a letter trying to make the claim and yet use inaccurate information.
Right. But I don't get why this kid come 50 years after and claim that it was him. He was a tribal teenager, and I don't get why he do that.
The timing can't be separated from the History Channel documentary, in my opinion. I think telling the truth or not, that's what inspired him to
getting attention. No.
That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that because the History Channel documentary was 2017, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So we have other question.
I still think it's probably the most likeliest of all the outcomes.
All the letter was not being released. No.
We know that at least 3 letters, which are regarded as authentic for some reason, have not been released. and they deal with Sacramento. But as Richard and I have gone on at length about, as there seems to be some issues with their authentication methods.
Well, they haven't released the Monticello card. They haven't released the DMV letter, if there is one. And strangely, they didn't release the partner letter to the 87 letter.
Yeah.
Because that was sent to the Chronicle. I think the Chronicle had got fed up by that point and weren't releasing it. But the Vallejo Times-Herald did release it.
Right.
Just want to answer to this question. Yeah, they have, and they find two DNA male sample on the glove.
Yeah, partials.
Partial.
Yeah, not sure.
Sadly.
Not sure they've got any relevance, like Druzer said.
And in plus, in the storage of the SFPD or Valero, everything was messed up. You have the letter, policeman kept letter at home, showing to his friends, to the kids, come back to the police. So it was a mess.
Can I throw you a curveball and go back to Dominguez and Edwards, since we didn't do it? Right. It was reported that there were 15 casings found in a group 20 feet from the shoreline. That was 75 feet, and there was 15 in a group. Now they thought that the most likelihood was it was from a tube type ammunition, i.e. a rifle that held 15 pieces of ammunition, which is probably right. But that was 75 feet, that collection of 15 casings, 75 feet from where they ultimately fell together before they were dragged. Now, in the reports, it says she was shot 11 times. He was shot 11 times, Robert Dominguez, and Linda Edwards was shot 8. Some people say 9. But if you go with 8, that means of the 20 shots that they claim, 19 shots struck their target. Yeah. That means at the very least, when they were running away from the killer with 15 shots, they must have struck them at least 14 times. So how on earth can they be running 75 feet, being shot at maybe 7 times each, maybe 9 and 6, and both happen to survive 75 feet and both happen to just fall at exactly the same place? That doesn't make any sense.
No way. No.
I love that observation.
Yes, something is a bit odd with this story, almost like they were shot from distance.
Yeah, and of course we have the sniper reports.
Yeah.
And any way you slice it, this is a guy who had a giant box, or was it 4 boxes? There was
4 boxes.
4 boxes.
3 partially filled.
Yeah. So this guy is doing distance shooting no matter how you slice it.
So they could have been totally unaware, mucking around by the mouth of the creek when this guy just thought, I'm going to open fire here, which may explain the first couple of shots they were. But then again, there's another problem. Let's say you hit them and they fell in that area 75 feet away. They're going to fall at an angle. And that shot, if he took another 13, 12, 10 shots at that angle with the body lying on the ground from 75 feet away, takes remarkable marksmanship not to miss or miss just once. You imagine a body lying on the ground 75 feet away. That angle, that's hard.
And the discrepancy between shells and landed blows is such that we know that he wasn't a remarkable shot.
Yeah, I mean, there are reports there were 24 shots fired, or 23, probably more than what there was. But I mean, I was thinking on that basis, has he got a scope?
Well, that wouldn't explain the inaccuracy.
No.
What do you mean the inaccuracy?
Well, he's fires 24 times and only half of them land. If he's got a scope, that's a great percentage.
The original report said there was Dominguez was shot 11 times, and Edwards was shot 8 times. That's 19 times. So if there were 20 casings, that means he only missed once out of the 19 that he struck.
You're right.
So in theory, he's really accurate. Okay, if there were 23 and 24, like some reports say in some newspapers, then he missed 4 or 5 times, maybe 6 at the most. That would be more logical, especially from 75 feet away, and especially with the bodies lying on the ground, which takes a remarkable shot, which has got me thinking, has he got a scope on the rifle? But
yeah, you're right. My math was wrong, and I was thinking of it the wrong way.
Or maybe he shoot them post-mortem.
Yeah, but I think there were 5 casings close to the bodies they talked about, or some by the mouth of the creek, but there were 15 in a group.
No, I mean, I see what you mean, but imagine the shooter, he is like this with his scope.
Yeah.
He shoot Edwards, he shoot Domingos. After they are completely stunned by the gunshot, he placed them like a mannequin. What is the word in English for mannequin?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, you understand? And after he comes back to his first position, he continues to shoot on his target. You see what I mean?
He could do, but from the position the bodies were initially felled to the position of the casings by the sea, 20 feet from it, there's a gap of 75 feet, and 14 of those shots had to have hit. Like you said, he could have walked up and pumped a load of bullets into them afterwards. Yeah. But if there was only 20 fired, then he only missed once, based on 11 and 8. If there's more casings there, yeah, possibly. But he still has to be pretty accurate with the first 14 from distance. But it's an odd one. I just thought that.
Yeah, that's strange.
This is a madman.
Yeah. But like you said, the boxes, if the boxes that we assume are connected to the crime, then this guy's got form of taking pot shots at wildlife, traveling up and down the beach. This is what makes it strange that people link this to Zodiac. Zodiac walking up with a load of boxes. I mean, it just doesn't work for me.
No. And again, we have sort of insufficient evidence or access to the evidence to know for sure whether they were bound up. If they were, then yeah, Zodiac's in discussion. If they weren't, then there's absolutely no reason.
No.
Not that we know of, anyway.
I think that a lot of people joined this to crime because it looks like really like the Lake Berryessa attack. But
yeah.
If they were tied up, it looks like the Lake Berryessa attack. Otherwise, it really doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
And all the interaction that they claim that Dominguez had with the killer and the tying up and the escaping, that's all based on Lake Berryessa. Well, not all of it, but part of it. It's just taking the Berryessa crime and trying to fit it into the Dominguez and Edwards murders. That's the way I see it. If somebody comes up with categorical evidence that we have pre-cut lengths of ropes, then I might sway a little bit back in the other direction. But I haven't seen, I'm not questioning John Averett, but somebody gave him that information, and I don't know who that person is. You know, that person might not be reliable, who knows? But if he got it directly from police reports or the people in charge actually have it in evidence, that's a totally different matter. But I don't know that, and I can't assume it.
I have assumed it because he's someone who could have such access. It still doesn't mean it was a Zodiac crime. I think a lot of other hurdles to get past.
Yeah, but it nudges it a little bit back in the favor of Zodiac is what I'm trying to say. I'm not.
Yeah.
Not that it is. Yeah. Where do you want to go now, Jerome?
What you want? We can make. I don't know if you have seen something in the chat. A question.
You got anything you want to talk about, Druzer?
Yeah, we want justice for the victim's family. That's why we do that.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't think there will be.
You know, my channel is not monetized, and even if I have, I think it's 1,000 subscribers to monetize the channel. I think I will not monetize the channel. I do not that for fame or for money or for anything. I do that for the victims and the victims' family, and that's why I'm really happy to have great minds with me to debate about that, because I don't want to be the one who have solved a case, because I'm working on a lot of cases. I want to debate about this case and try at the minimum try to find out or help the law enforcement to catch the real killer when it's possible. But I'm not talking especially about the Zodiac. I'm talking about the case I'm working on this channel.
Yeah.
So sure, we want justice for families, for victims' family. Sure.
So there's nothing wrong with. I don't think there's anything wrong in monetizing true crime channels.
No. There is nothing wrong. But I mean, for me, it's not my goal. I don't do that for that. I do that for seeking justice. And
I mean, I'm £300 down after 12 years. I've never made a penny from my website. I could monetize it, but I choose not to. But I've got people doing it. I just choose not to.
Answer yes.
Yeah, they did, but they also handled it with their bare hands for decades without knowing how bad that was. So they're not going to get anything off that.
Do you think it's criminal that they don't think ahead? We think ahead now. Why didn't they think ahead back then?
Yeah, some things they couldn't have known about. Other things they just messed up. You know, like they screwed up 2 fingerprint
screwed up
opportunities.
A lot of things. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. In this case, in the Zodiac case, they screwed up on a lot of things. And
I do have one piece of information that I just learned, and I learned this from Julia, aka Anti-Squid 42. Is that on the Eureka card, the stamp is a sticker.
Oh right, yeah. It's that Christmas.
No saliva.
It's that Christmas tree stamp, isn't it? I believe.
Which apparently comes with the greeting card itself.
wow! Yeah. I didn't know.
I was wondering why they didn't test the saliva on that stamp and compare it to their suspect, but that would be why.
And also, the Melvin Belli letter wasn't overstamped because it was 6 pence.
Good point.
And I think it was from January 68 to about May 71. It was 6 pence in America. So a lot of people keep saying that is overstamped, and it wasn't. It was correctly stamped.
Well, no, it's not impossible, but
if it was rope rather than plastic cord, they'd have a better shot at it.
Yeah, exactly. A bit like the watch. If Zodiac was responsible, embedded DNA through the seams in the watch itself, you've got a chance. But that was like standard washing line cord, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, but I think Kathleen Jones is. She's not.
Yeah. I don't think they botched the interview, did they?
Well, it depends on who you speak with. Like she came out with different and additional information afterwards. So whether she had conveyed that to the original officer and he didn't take her seriously, or neglected to write it down, I guess we don't know.
What do you make of the claim that she said in Grace Smith's book that she left at 7 o'clock because the kids would be tired and asleep for her journey, in contradiction to the 4 o'clock statement that was reported at the time of her abduction? Because as we know, she could never have been abducted at closing on midnight in that clunker of a car traveling from San Bernardino. Is
pregnant and with a 1-year-old? No.
Yeah, not leaving at 7 o'clock. It's impossible. I'm just curious why she said that to Grace Smith when that flatly is impossible.
She probably didn't.
No, maybe Grace
at
Smith.
This point,
Grace Smith died.
It's as logical to assume that Grace Smith made something up.
Yeah,
I thought that was good till you ruined it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but Grace Smith, we know that he made up a lot of things.
He's an entertaining writer.
Yeah.
And without him, we wouldn't be talking about this, surely.
No. So a lot of respect for Mr. Grace Smith.
And we wouldn't have been talking about it if the Zodiac Killer didn't send any letters in.
Yes. And if they hadn't published the first letters, we probably wouldn't be talking about it either.
No.
Yeah.
I think he would have kept killing and so forth, but it wouldn't have amounted to this.
Have you gone back through the first few months before the July the 31st letters and uncovered any inspiration for the reason he put cryptograms in his first communications yet?
I liked, and I didn't know this for years, but they were putting fun cipher challenges using letters as symbols, like every Sunday or every second Sunday in like all of the papers. That combined with the horoscope and Zodiac flying around in the zeitgeist, we might not have to look any further than the newspapers themselves for his whole idea.
Have you gone back?
What do you think about this one? Oran needs to be interviewed by us. Yeah.
I hope he doesn't waste any seasoned homicide detective's time. It's the least he can do at this point.
I actually, when I spoke, I actually like Thomas Horan, though. I like him as a guy. I mean, I don't agree with him. I could easily sit down and have a drink with him. He seems like a nice guy I could have a good laugh with.
Oh, yeah?
Called me bad names.
Yeah. Probably the same with Ray, to be honest. I've got nothing against Grant, despite the fact he's slagging me off every second video.
I like Ray. I email him sometimes. He doesn't email me back, but I like to reach out every once in a while.
Yeah. He's come up with some really good ideas. I thought his A to Z map on the front, on the passenger seat of the taxi cab was a good evidence for when Paul Stein was dragged out the cab and that got pulled onto the ground. Was a good proof that nobody sat in that front seat.
Yeah. Ray Grant represents an important rule, I think, in this community. Just because you don't get along with someone doesn't mean that you can't learn something.
No. And I think he's right about Lake Herman Road. I think all the times in that instance have to be shifted forward. I mean, I think by at least 4 or 5 minutes forward the time. I think he's done a good analysis on that, which is why nobody was seen passing a vehicle. I think the vehicle was heading back to Vallejo, and she never saw she never saw a vehicle pass her on the way down. That's because I think the timeline has got to be shifted slightly earlier, maybe 11:09, 11:10 rather than 11:14. And so it makes a lot of sense when he analyzes that. The only caveat I've got is that was a very cold night, sorry. And we don't know how, when James Owen came out of Mini Drive, was it? Whether his car needed defrosting before he left. Because the police reports mentioned -5, 22 degrees Celsius, 22 degrees Fahrenheit, -5 degrees Celsius. Whether that's true or not, I know there's been a bit of debate on it.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, and James Owen's vehicle was sitting outside before he went to work that night, then that would have been frosted, and that would have taken up some of the time. And I've never read anything.
I see your point.
Yeah. So, but like I said, it doesn't matter that it's in the police report. It's all fair game now. Nobody even believes the police reports anymore when it doesn't suit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's a problem too, because we need to take some. We need some stuff to work on this kind of case, and when you cannot believe the police, or it's much harder because you have nothing.
I'm going to stick around for about half an hour. You got half an hour, Druzer?
No, I actually have to take off.
All right.
But this has been great.
Yeah, like always. Thank
Yeah.
you to accepting my
Right.
invitation.
So next week I'll
again.
try to get my timing right. Are we always going to do it at 4 Eastern Standard Time?
Yeah.
It's up to
Okay.
Jerome, isn't it? It's up to Jerome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
10 PM.
I'm flexible. I just I was
I mean, what
I
time?
understand
What
that.
time's Ned? Is it like 6 o'clock in the morning at the Philippines?
No, it was 4 a.m. when we have started.
Oh,
Yeah. It's Tuesday for Ned.
I
Yeah.
don't know how he does all what he does. He's never-
Neither do I. At any
Unbelievable.
rate,
but
been a
but I-
pleasure, gentlemen.
yeah, it
We'll,
was a
we'll see
pleasure
you next
too.
week.
See you
Absolutely.
next week.
Cheerio then.
Cheers.
Cheerio.
What do you want to talk about for the 24 odd minutes, or are you?
Oh
Are you-
yeah, Richard, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you pick a subject and we'll go on to it. Something you want.
Oh.
But I don't know anything about Panzerella.
The 1 million question.
I'm not well versed on all that stuff. I'll leave that up to Drew.
I don't know. We can maybe talk. We can ask the chat,
Yeah, go on then. What's in the chat?
guys. If you have any question or proposition of a discussion for Richard to start something, go ahead. We are here. We are waiting.
Before you ask any questions, who else have you thought of getting on in your panel?
Normally it's Ned,
Mm.
Druzer, you, Drew Beeson, and Russ Geraci.
Have you got any
But-
ideas for anything else you want?
Oh yeah, I would like to have. I mean, even I would like to have Thomas Soran and even. I forget his name.
Ray.
Yeah. But if they come here to do what Oran has done on Drew's channel, no, there is no way. We are here to debate and listen each other, or it doesn't make sense.
I think in certain debates, when you get people on, you've got to have a sort of time clock,
Yeah.
because otherwise some people will dominate 80% of the
Yeah.
conversation, and it gets pointless. So,
Yeah, I agree.
Have you ever thought of twisting Craigle's arm to come on?
Who was that?
on Discord. He contributes a lot to my site.
Oh yeah, I think I see what you
He's from England.
who you mentioned. Tell me his name again.
Craigle, Cragle. I know his real name, but I won't say it because it's
No. Just
Craigle.
Ah yeah.
He's on Discord with you.
5733.
Yeah, he's just put all the Vallejo Times Herald and newspaper articles on your Discord, on the Discord. Sorry.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's come up with some very good ideas in the past. So, but I don't know whether he wants to, enter a discussion or not. I mean, that's up to him. But I like what he has to offer, the Zodiac case.
Oh yeah, I see that you have posted, the inspiration behind the Zodiac Fairfield letter on December 16.
I mean, I have abandoned my site for at least this year anyway because I need a break from it.
Yeah.
So I won't be putting any more articles out unless something major comes up. Knowing my luck, they'll solve the Zodiac case in a week and I'll have to write again. But I'd like to do something more in depth on the confession letter.
Because we can deep dive in the confession letter. Yeah, for sure.
See, years ago, I was of the agreement, like Mike Morford, that everything in that confession letter could be gleaned from the newspapers, as well as the middle wire being pulled out.
Yeah.
But because now it mentioned in the newspapers that she was stabbed once in the back. It mentioned she was stabbed and it mentioned her throat being slashed. But what it didn't mention in the newspapers was her being held. It didn't mention the petechiae on her forehead. And also the close grouping, like I mentioned before, of the stab wounds on her chest gives the impression she's held. And that is everything that he says is in the confession letter, including the reason behind the petechiae, because he's choking maybe. But, and like I said, and also the watch being pulled off, the hair in her thumb, all suggest close contact. And also she had a deep gash on her upper lip on I think it was the left side. And he said he kicked her in the head, but that injury to her lip was not mentioned in the newspapers, obviously. So this guy is very lucky that he's either interpreted a lot, but he could not have known half of this stuff that was in the autopsy report. So I'm starting to move towards a place where I think the killer might be the author of the confession letter. But I don't know what your thoughts are on it.
I'm completely agree with you.
Have you always thought that?
Yeah. I completely agree with you because, like you said, a part of some stuff was released in the paper, but some of was not. So, this guy can know this stuff. So he has really a big imagination who fits with the reality, or he is the killer, or somebody who knows the killer.
Yeah. What do you think it's a Zodiac crime, the Sherry Joe Bates murder?
No.
Have you always thought that?
Yes.
Yeah.
From the beginning, I was not in that. Even when I've seen the movie years after, I was surprised that they talk about Cherry Joe Bates.
Did you hear the thing about the Los Angeles letter? March the 13th, 1971.
No, I don't think so. No.
There were many reports in a place called Dublin, California.
Mm-hmm.
of many people, multiple people, saying they'd seen the Zodiac Killer in Dublin, California. Now, Dublin, California sits alongside Pleasanton. And these reports of seeing Zodiac in the area of Dublin, California, which is next to Pleasanton, came before the letter was put in the newspapers. So,
but what they've seen, Zodiac in the hooded costume?
they said they've seen Zodiac wandering around town in Dublin, California. Just recognize him from the sketch at Pacific Heights.
Okay.
And it wasn't one person that rang in. Several people rang in to Dublin police and said, we've seen the Zodiac around town, which is really interesting because you've got to remember, this is months and months after anything happened.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not like everybody was ringing in every week at that point.
No.
And Dublin, California borders Pleasanton, which I found quite surprising because these calls came in before the Los Angeles letter was released into the newspapers. So is the sketch really that accurate that people saw him or is it just one giant hoax? I don't know. Are the people who rang in saying they saw Zodiac making it up and then they sent the letter to revitalize it? I mean, I think it's a Zodiac letter, the Los Angeles letter, but it is a curious sort of timing, especially when you think the last communication before the Los Angeles letter was the Halloween card?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking several months. So
yeah.
And then to get a spurt of people ringing in. And don't forget, Pleasanton and Dublin are quite a distance away. It's not like these were hoax calls from San Francisco or Vallejo.
No.
And this was the first time outside San Francisco, wasn't it? Pleasanton. So it was curious, the timing of this that I found. But
yeah, I didn't know about Los Angeles and about the eyewitness who claimed to have saw the Zodiac. What they are claiming? Kind of strange behavior, or
just what in Dublin?
Yeah, in Dublin.
Yeah, no, they're just saying we've rang up and we've seen what we believe to be the Zodiac Killer based on the Presidio Heights sketch, is what I take from it.
Yeah, okay, but they have not mentioned any strange behavior or
no. I'm not privy to any more information other than that. If you go to my site and click on Los Angeles letter and scroll down the right side, you'll see an article on it. And if you click that, it takes you to the article and it's got the full article there. Can you find Los Angeles letter on my site?
I'm on your site and
go down the left side in the menu on the front page.
Yeah.
And click on Los Angeles letter, March the 13th, 1971.
Wait, you will show me.
Oh, you've got them. Are you on the home page? Go onto the home page. Now scroll down to on the left side where it says chronology and click on Los Angeles letter there. March the 13th, 1971. Right, now scroll down there and look at the right side. Keep scrolling, keep going. There. Now click that. See where it says no, go up. See where it says Pleasanton Police Ad Patrolman on the right side.
Oh, yeah.
Click that. That should take you to a link. Have you clicked it?
I need to stop and
Yeah, if you click that little newspaper clipping, that take you to the full article on it. There you go. Now, I don't think it's a hoax, but I've just put that up there for theatrical purposes. Yeah. If you scroll down that article and go to the big newspaper clipping at the bottom.
This one?
Keep going. No, keep going down.
No.
There.
Ah, there.
And in there, you'll see it says, the calls came in over the weekend prior to any possible effect from the news media breaking a story that the Zodiac mailed a letter in Pleasanton. So these calls broke before the letter was published. So they weren't reactive to the letter. And if you scroll back up, you'll see the map, and that will show you how close Dublin is to Pleasanton. There. That's Pleasanton.
Here.
That's 4 miles, but they border each other.
14 minutes.
Yeah, but it's actually 10 seconds because you can go from one border to the other in no time. What I mean is that's only from the center of each town. That's downtown. So they're actually just touching each other, those two areas, which surprises me, bearing in mind that mailing from Pleasanton was a complete outlier months after the previous Zodiac letter. Now, it'd be one thing if those people had rang in after it was published in the newspapers, but it wasn't, according to that newspaper article.
Yeah, I was on your site this week, and there is so much of information. I was really surprised. I was, oh my gosh. I've never seen so much information about the Zodiac before. Really, never.
I think I've done about 1,000 articles now.
Oh my gosh! It's
and
really
I've run
incredible.
out.
Incredible, Richard. You.
What are there any of the main communications up to 74 that you think aren't from Zodiac?
The 74 letter?
Yeah, do you believe all those are from Zodiac?
Oh yeah, the 74 letter. I think it was the last one. Yeah, the Exorcist letter. You mean?
Yeah, you don't believe the other 3 though?
No.
No. Oh, we're in agreement there.
I think the Exorcist letter was the last one.
Oh, that was definitely genuine.
Yeah, you think so?
Well, while you're there.
Yeah.
Click on my Exorcist page.
Wait, because I need to.
If you go to you can go to the Halloween thing at the top and the drop. Oh, go to the Exorcist down there then. On that left border. Scroll down to the Exorcist. That's it. Right. Now click on that second image where I've got San Fran Chronicle, San Fran Chronicle, San Fran Chronicle. Click on that to enlarge that. Well, you don't need to enlarge it. Can you see that the top one, sanfran.chronicle, is what was on the Exorcist letter envelope? I'll wait till you've enlarged it. The top one is what was written on the envelope of the Exorcist letter. The other 2 are from April the 20th and April the 28th. That's the dragon card, the third one. If you look at the similarity of the writing between the top one and the bottom one, now that's the dragon card at the bottom. That's the envelope. That address style was only ever used in April. He never used that ever, sanfran.chronicle. only in the 2 April letters on the envelope. That's the only time he used that format as well, and it was never released into the public. So if you consider the top one is the Exorcist and the bottom one is the Dragon card, I don't see how anybody can claim the Exorcist letter is a hoax, because there's no way that guy could have copied that handwriting and that address style, having never seen that ever in his life. Particularly the bottom one of the three. The top one's the Exorcist, the bottom one's the Dragon card. And it's not only that, that's the only 2 times before the Exorcist letter that he used that address style. So which pretty much confirms that the Exorcist letter author was the Zodiac. Here's a good one for you. I don't know if you've heard of it. You know where he says, I saw The Exorcist was the best satirical comedy. Yeah. Now, where do you think he got that idea from? On January the 26th, 3 days before this Exorcist letter was mailed, The Exorcist won Best Film, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Supporting Actress. And in the Golden Globes, they're the 31st Golden Globes. And over the next 2 days, on the 27th and 8th, it was all in the newspapers about The Exorcist winning best this, best that, best the other. And then the day later, he says, I saw and think The Exorcist was the best satirical comedy. So the odds are he's responding there to the Golden Globes, taking the mickey. Because usually with the Zodiac, all you have to do is go back a few days into the newspapers and you get a good reason of why he did it. He did exactly the same in the April the 24th, 78 letter. Who's going to play me in a movie and all that lark. And the Channel 9 letter. All that was a response to the Academy Awards. Because if you look at the Channel 9 letter, it mentions Pat Boone, and Pat Boone's daughter. Pat Boone was at the Oscars not long before, and also his daughter sang an Oscar-winning song, You Light Up My Life, in the Academy Awards. And it also mentions about theocratic crap from Pat Boone. And if you go back to 1972, Pat Boone was a staunch advocate of Prop 18, which was an anti-obscenity law. And Zodiac wrote in that Channel 9 letter about, he used the word obscenity in relation to Pat Boone. So there's a link through from the Exorcist letter through to the 1978 letter about award ceremonies. And that's why you have to ask yourself why he wrote to KHJTV when he wrote to Channel 9. Well, they did a poll for about 20 something years every year about a 2-hour television program, getting people to vote on who they think is going to win the Oscars. So this sort of validates the 78 letter a little bit. I know people will still disagree, but that was an interesting little connection. And everybody thinks that Zodiac was highly affected by the movies, don't they? So
yeah. By the movie, by the comics, by the opera.
You know,
wow, good point, Richard.
Yeah.
Good
so if you
a question for you.
Yeah.
Where do you think the 20 other victims came from? Do you think the Halloween card is the convention letter?
What 28 other victims?
The 28 other victims that he claimed on the 37, I suppose.
Oh, I think the other time. Well, most of the victims he claimed were made up. Do I think the Halloween
Yeah.
Camp is a confession letter? I've always thought he wrote 14 on a skeleton's hand.
Yeah,
Then,
14. Yeah.
then he wrote 4-teen, which is 14. And so I'm supposing that the F at the bottom joined with that other, that strange symbol. I'm supposing that F means 14. If it does, I think it's a joined Z and F to say Zodiac 14. And the reason he puts 4 dots is to give us the notion it means 14. And because if it was 15, he'd put 5 dots. But also that coincides with the other 2, 14 on the hand and the 4. But I think the 14 was a claim to the only 4 teenagers he was claiming by October the 27th, 1970. That's Snoozy, Furlong, Faraday, and Jensen, because they're the only 4 teenagers he was claiming at that point. And he put them on top of the head of the skeleton, like a head count. But I think that symbol is just Zodiac 14. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on it, Jerome. I've linked you at the top, by the way, on the homepage. Did you notice? Keep going there. That little line, you see?
Oh,
it?
yeah. Oh, thank you, Richard. Thank
That's all
you.
right.
Oh, it's nice.
Well, you're
No,
doing well. You're doing well now, aren't you? You're getting some traction now.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Mm.
you. But I try to do my best, English is not at all my first language. It's French because I live in Belgium. And in Belgium, nobody speak French. Nobody speak English. It's Flemish or French. And I have learned English at school for 1 year, maximum 1 year.
All right.
And after I have started this channel because I have seen, like a lot of people, the docu-series on Netflix, Making a Murderer.
Yeah.
And I was involved with different people who was all over the world fighting for Stephen Avery and Brenton Dassey, fighting for try to do something to release them from prison because we think they are not guilty
Yeah,
by the work we have done, and we were thinking then they were not guilty, and I don't have changed my mind. But for now, there is nothing new. So
no.
I cannot do a new show, a new episode, or a new show to explain something I have already do before, because there is nothing new, sadly. And like I was talking with a lot of people coming from everywhere, I had to learn English. So I have one of my best friend, my sister Sharon, who lives in Scotland, to Glasgow. We who teach me how to speak and how to try to work on my grammar and the word and everything. So she helped me a lot about that. And like I told you, I try to do my best. Sometimes I'm a little bit struggling to find my word because
you speak well. Let's be honest, most English people can't speak any languages.
No, that's true.
I mean, I learned French. I was okay. I learned French for about 3 years. I was okay knowing, what a table was in French in the past, and objects. I got lost when we got to like verbs. I I'm going to the shop. I have been to the shop. I will go to the shop. Then I got completely lost, and I couldn't make the transition any further. But
yeah, I understand, because French is one of the most difficult language in the world because of the grammar. The grammar is so complicated. You have the past, the future past,
yeah,
future past. You have a lot of things. Then you have to talk. It depends the situation. Sometimes it's means something that doesn't mean the same things, and
and
so
objects are either feminine or masculine. That was confusing.
yeah, yeah,
Like une maison, wasn't it? A house.
yeah.
Yeah.
This
So I
is
had to remember what was
une
masculine
maison.
and what was feminine, and I thought, oh, blimey.
Oh yeah. This is the strongest thing to learn. This is the male and female word you use when you speak about something or somebody. Or
I thought German was far easier.
oh, I think according to my wife who speaks German, German is more easy to learn than French.
Oh
But
yeah, I find it much easier. But I only did German language for 1 year, and I can't remember anything about it now.
oh, me neither. Me neither. I've do that for maybe 3 months, because at school you could choose and after change, and I start with German because it was close from Belgium, and after I've changed to English because I think it was better to know the English, because everybody was speaking English in the world and not Dutch or German. So I've changed that, but after a while I was not remember anything about what I've learned before. So when I restart to to made the video, the most difficult part was not to listening, because when I listening somebody talking, I understand everything,
Yeah,
absolutely everything. But when it's to me to talk, sometimes I struggling to find my word or the exact phrase that I want to say, because I need to translate before in my head, and and don't do a blank. You see, don't. Yeah, I'm talking about. Wait, I translate. Mm-hmm. Blah 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 blah. No, I need to have a flu. I need to, and this is the most difficult part, to stay in the flow of the language.
and you have to tackle dialects as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Different accents, you know.
Yeah. When I talk with you, this is a completely different accent than Ned or
Yeah,
Drew or Shannon, who live in Scotland, or people who live in Canada, in Australia, in Wisconsin, in New York, in Los Angeles, in New Mexico, and people all around the world. And there is a lot of different language, but it's not the most difficult part. A lot of time when I what I heard, I understand.
yeah.
Except if it's yeah, so
Yeah, even I don't understand that.
no, if the guy comes from the Bronx, I don't understand anything.
Anyway, before
But
I go, Jerome, what are you doing next week? Have you got anything planned?
you mean as a topic?
Yeah, as a topic, yeah.
Oh, the topic, not yet, but we
Oh,
will discuss during the week.
yeah.
And I propose to everybody in the chat to propose topics and ID to debate about the subject you want to listen.
Yeah,
And if you have any idea, you can.
I will. I'll chuck something your way. I'll put it in Discord in the week as an idea.
Yeah.
You know, but it's at the end of the day, it's your choice, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I like to be agree with everybody. I like to then everybody is happy to be here to talking about the subject they want to talk about. Because
Yeah.
if you come on the channel and you don't want really be there because this is not the subject you want to talk about.
Well, it's a bit give and take, isn't it? I know what I talk about all the while, but it's
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I know that.
that's not fair on everybody else. So
No, I know that. But really, again, with your website, I was really astonished. Uh, The, the, so much information. And when do you have start your website?
12 years ago, so it'd be 2011. I didn't really properly get going till 2012. So you're looking at 12 years, roughly 12, 13 years. Yeah.
Amazing. I've never seen a website so complete.
But of course, I had to go back after several years because my diction wasn't great. And you learn as you go along, you know. My punctuation and my writing style was all over the shop. So I had to go back and amend hundreds of articles.
Yeah.
But I forgot most of them. I don't even know what I've written anymore. 90% of it I've forgotten. So, but I'm having a break now, and I'll probably resume next year if I think of anything. But you know, there's not much left to do. But
no.
Oh, I love the
accent. I like to imagine the modern day Hercule Poirot only with dreadlocks instead of handlebar mustache. Excellent.
Right then, Jerome, I'm gonna head off because it's what is it now? Oh, 12:46. It must be 1:46 where you are.
Yeah, 1:48. Yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
Yeah. Okay, there is no problem. We see.
You're young though, aren't you?
Oh, I'm 45.
Yeah, I'm 62. So
Really?
I'm hanging on for grim death. Yeah.
Oh, you look like much younger than that.
Well, it's the
It's the passion,
camera.
Richard. It's the passion. Yeah. It's the passion you have who made you still young.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Okay, Jerome. I appreciate you inviting me on again, and I'll throw a few ideas your way, and it's up to you though. So it was nice talking to you again.
Oh yeah, it's always a pleasure. Always.
Okay then. I'll bid you good night then, or good morning.
Good, yeah, Devons. Good night, good morning. See you soon.
See you soon. Cheerio, Jerome.
Cheerio. So, again, it was absolutely excellent. Oh, Joey, 7 p.m. here. Where are you located, Joey? If it's 7 p.m., it must be in California? Or Texas, or Oregon. Yeah. 1:15 in Belgium. I'm showing you. I have maybe missed something. I'm sorry if I did. Like I was saying, if you have any idea, please comment in the comment section. It's done for that. If you want to, you are from South Louisiana. Ooh, it must be a nice place. Louisiana, I know a little. I never been there, but in the south of Louisiana, wow. Baton Rouge. Do you know there is guitar because I don't know if you have seen, but it's just a part. But I have I'm going to show you just a little bit. I have a little bit of guitar, just a little bit. I've got 78 different guitar. Yeah, there is Gibson SG, right? Yeah. Three, one, two, three, three different Gibson SG. And there is a brand of guitar named Baton Rouge, and or Baton Rouge in French. And this is really good guitar, really, really good guitar. I have tried it. I have not the money to buy one at the time, but I've tried it and it was really good. So, like I was saying, yeah, if you want to write to me, uh, my email address is thisisthezodiac@gmail.com. If you have any idea, for the next show, a topic you want that then we will talk about, write that in the comment section, or write to me, or write to Ned or Drew, but you will see in the description you have the link for Drew, for Ned, for Richard's website. I love Nirvana. Me too, guy. Me too. Me too. I love Nirvana. I'm a big, huge fan of Nirvana. I always have been a huge fan of Nirvana. Oh, it's about an hour from New Orleans, South Louisiana. Oh, New Orleans. Oh my God. Oh, if if really, if I had to go one day in America, I go to New Orleans. The music, oh my gosh. What do I like to play? Rock and roll, blues, metal, uh, a lot of different kind of music, but I mean always oriented rock, blues rock, but no, we don't have a cover everything. There is a lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about in this case, but that's why I'm really lucky to have this. I will not say these people because they're my friend, but really, I'm really lucky to have this panel because they are all great guys. They are really nice, really gentle. They have a lot of knowledge about the case and about other case. They are humble, and I really appreciate that they accept to come on my little channel and debate about the Zodiac, and maybe in the future about different case. I know that Ross talk had a stuff with Kurt Cobain, the Kurt Cobain case, if it was a suicide or a murderer. In my mind, in my opinion, it was a murderer. It was a murder. I think Kurt Cobain was killed by my own investigation that I made by myself. I think he was killed. But we can talk about that. Jimmy Pate's 58 Les Paul Tobacco Sunrise guitar. Oh yeah, but it got lost. Blues rock is awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This diligence is an acceptable treat. You guys are the best. Cheese. Thank you, many miles to house. Thank you. Thank you for them. Thank you. You are right. They are amazing. Not yet. Not yet. I buy it, but no. Oh no. I have buy it and I have listened two songs, the two first songs. But after I have to do something else, I have stopped the CD and I have done something else, and I don't have listened the rest of the album, but I will because I'm a big fan of Slash. Slash is after Jimi Hendrix for me. The best guitarist in the world is Slash. Slash is the best one after Jimi Hendrix, and Jimi Hendrix guitar is just right there, just right there. It's a it's his guitar, a replica, yeah, a replica. But so thank you all. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. And thank you also to everybody. Uh, the Slash album. Yeah. Yeah, but I have the CD. So I'm going to listen it. No problem. But it's good to know that it's on YouTube. Um, I lost my thought. It's like that when you do a far horror show. It's like that. At the end, you are where I am. Uh, uh, yeah, it's certain that next week we will continue to talk about the Zodiac case, the Zodiac mystery. And if you have any idea, put in the comment section. Oh yeah, I remind. Thank you very much to have subscribed so much to the channel, because 2 months ago I was at 250 subscriber, 270 subscriber, and now it's almost 900 subscriber. Wow, my gosh. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's amazing to know that so much people are listening what we are saying, what we do. And for me, it's you, you take your time to see the show. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's amazing. Awesome. Really awesome. I love you guys. Really. And I have nothing to sell. I don't have the book. Lithium Nirvana. Oh, I will maybe. Do you want that I play a song? I can play a song if you will. Yeah? Okay. Uh, what is that? Ah! What is that? I'm back. I'm back. Go nowhere. Go nowhere. I'm going to take a guitar and play a song for you. Which guitar I'm going to take? Aha. I don't know if it will soon good or no because what can I do? No one knows what it's like beheaded, beheaded behind blue eyes. No one knows what it's like being born. Play my favorite word. I don't know the lyrics. To stop the high, but my dream is hello. I don't remember the last one. I'm going to do a Nirvana one. Yeah, okay. For everyone's a cracker, she just wants more food. She wants to task her. Isn't me, haven't seen. Let me clap dirty wings. Let me take her out, get yourself. Once a mile, tell myself. Is it fun I do without have to run? I do for you, pretty sure I do, but you never do. I'll take advantage while you have me hard to dry. Well, I can see you every night, free. I'm studying in your land. I do without have to take. I do for you, pretty sure I do for you. I do. I'll take advantage whilst you have me out to dry. Well, I can see you every night. Well, I can see you every night. Free. I do. I do. I do. I do. Load up on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend. She's overboard, you self-assured. Hello, hello, you're the room. Hello, 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 hello. I'm not in a good tone. Hello, 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 hello. With a lot out, it's so dangerous. Hurry on out, they contain us. Rather stupid, they contain us. Hurry on out, they contain us. One mulatto, one albino, one mosquito, one libido. Yeah. Move. I'm worship word, time to best it forth again. I feel blessed. A little group is always done, I'll always done until the end. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 with a lot out, entertainers, hurry on out, it's contagious, something stupid, it's contagious, hurry on out, it's contagious, one mulatto, one albino, one mosquito, one libido, running iron, 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 running iron. Yeah. Yeah. It was for you, guy. And like my buddy Andy Kaufman would say, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You're so lovely. Thank you. So, I hope to see you next week. It's finished for today. I hope you will spend a nice week. I wish you the best for everything. And if I have an advice, stay yourself. Stay true. Bye, my friend. See you soon. Really soon.